Chapter 585. The entire Sanchong restaurant was locked down and guarded by a large number of soldiers. In one of the private rooms of the restaurant, Zhuge Yuanhong, Elder Yin, Elder and I, Zhang Feng, and the other enforcement elders gathered together with an ugly expression on his face. Currently, the Gue Yuan sect had a total of 8 law-enforcing elders. The other 5 had broken through in the last 20 years. How could this happen? Zhuge Yuanhong's face turned pale as he glanced at the people around him. Sovereign, Elder Yin said solemnly, someone must have planned this in the dark. Only a fool can't see it. Zhuge Yuanhong said angrily, Qingshan's son was poisoned to death in the county city of Yong'an County. If Qingshan didn't have the grass of immortality and was in Yong'an County, his son would have died. If that happened, the Xing-Yi sect and Gue Yuan sect would. The law-enforcing elders felt a chill in their hearts. The reason why the Gue Yuan sect could achieve its current prosperity was because of Tung Qingshan. Everyone in the land of the 9 prefectures knew that Tung Qingshan was the sovereign of the Xing-Yi sect. However, they also knew that dealing with the Gue Yuan sect was like dealing with Tung Qingshan. Therefore, the Gue Yuan sect had been safe and sound for the past 20 years. For a man who had achieved success and recognition, his son was the successor of his family. He was very important. Once his son died, even if Tung Qingshan didn't turn against the Gue Yuan sect, as long as the 2 sides cut off contact, then the Gue Yuan sect would become a hot commodity in the eyes of the other sects in the land of the 9 prefectures. Qingshan told me that the next 1 or 2 years are dangerous. Therefore, his son and daughter are only allowed to live in the Great Yin Mountain and the county city of Yong'an County. Zhuge Yuanhong said in a deep voice, I also gave a strict order to investigate Yong'an County. No accidents are allowed. However, someone managed to use N.I. Mengzhong from the N.I. clan to poison Hongwu to death. Zhuge Yuanhong was furious. Everyone could see that someone was plotting behind the scenes. After all, only an innate rancor would be able to kill Hongwu head-on. However, as soon as an innate expert entered Yong'an County City, he would be discovered by an emptiness realm expert. Therefore, he could only use some tricks. However, ordinary people could not even get close to Hongwu. Only a very small number of people could do so. There were also experts protecting Hongwu. Strangers couldn't even get close to him. As the grandson of the Gue Yuan sect's enforcement elder, N.I. Mengzhong knew about Hongwu's identity. Therefore, the people who were secretly protecting Hongwu didn't suspect that N.I. Mengzhong would kill him. But who would have thought that something like this would actually happen? My Gue Yuan sect is located in Yong'an County. You can't even protect 1 person. Zhuge Yuanhong said coldly, Tell me, how can Ting Qingshan rest assured that his son and daughter will stay in Yong'an County? Pass down my order. Investigate everyone in the N.I. clan, including those who have dealings with the N.I. clan, especially those who can touch N.I. Mengzhong's scimitar. We need to investigate them. I must know who is behind this. Zhuge Yuanhong clenched his teeth. Yes, Elder N.I., who had an ugly expression, was the first to say respectfully, Don't worry, Sovereign. I will definitely give you an explanation. Arrest all the people who are involved in this conspiracy to kill Tung Qingshan's son, Zhuge Yuanhong said coldly. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Everyone knew that this was a serious matter. Because of this incident, Gue Yuan sect's high and mighty position could very well collapse. The Sanchong Pagoda incident made the atmosphere in the entire Yong'an County tense. A large number of the Gue Yuan sect's troops and people started to investigate everywhere, either openly or secretly. For a moment, Yong'an County was in a state of panic. No one dared to commit a crime at this moment. Everyone knew that the Gue Yuan sect was really anxious. In the Qingshan Enterprise House, Qingshan, I think Hongwu and Honglin can't come to Yong'an County for the time being. Li Jun's face was full of worry. Yong'an County is not a safe place. Tung Qingshan was furious in the restaurant and wanted to kill people crazily. Now that he was in the Enterprise House, he calmed down. In the land of the 9 prefectures, the supreme sects are in a stalemate. Therefore, No one dares to hurt each other's relatives. Tung Qingshan's eyes flashed with coldness. This is tantamount to a falling out. Therefore, the supreme sects probably don't dare to do this. It's probably that Gu Yong. The Gui Yuan sect really disappoints me. Qinghu Island is finished. There are only a few people left. Tung Qingshan said coldly. I didn't expect that the remnants of Qinghu Island could do this in the Gui Yuan sect's territory. I really don't know how the Gui Yuan sect manages their territory. The lair of a sect was usually deeply rooted. There were only a few 100,000 people in Yong'an County. The disciples of the Gui Yuan sect occupied almost 30% of the population of Yong'an County. The wives, parents, and relatives of these disciples also lived in Yong'an County. It could be said that most of the people in Yong'an County were related to the Gui Yuan sect. They were so deeply rooted that they forbade outsiders from interacting with them. If a stranger came, he would be easily discovered. Under such circumstances, such a thing actually happened. Even the Ni family had been infiltrated. How could Tung Qingshan not be angry? Angry at the Gui Yuan sect's inaction? After all, he had already informed them 1 or 2 years ago. It was a dangerous time. His son and daughter were only allowed to live in the Great Yin Mountain in Yong'an County. But now, Qingshan, the Gui Yuan sect, doesn't care about the safety of our children. Li Jun couldn't help but say. Tung Qingshan was angry at the Gui Yuan sect's inaction, and he was also angry at the mastermind. Sovereign, someone shouted from outside. Sovereign Zhuge is here. Teacher, Tung Qingshan shook his head and ordered, let my teacher come in. Tung Qingshan also knew that his teacher had specially sent someone to deliver a message to apologize. Obviously, Zhuge Yuanhong felt guilty about this. Little Jun, let's welcome him at the door. Tung Qingshan said. Qingshan, Li Jun was slightly dissatisfied. Let's wait and see what teacher has to say. When Tung Qingshan was in the restaurant, he was angry. Although he was still angry now, he had calmed down. At the entrance of the hall, Zhuge Yuanhong walked in alone in a green robe. Qingshan, Zhuge Yuanhong said with an apologetic look on his face. Teacher, Tung Qingshan also shouted. When Zhuge Yuanhong heard the word teacher, he felt warm in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh. The teacher and disciple looked at each other and knew what was on each other's mind. Actually, although Tung Qingshan and Zhuge Yuanhong were teacher and disciple, Zhuge Yuanhong didn't really teach Tung Qingshan. However, Tung Qingshan respected Zhuge Yuanhong very much. It was because of his relationship with Zhuge Qing and his teacher's charm. Qingshan, I am in the wrong. Zhuge Yuanhong said apologetically. You told me that in the past 1 or 2 years, someone was secretly targeting you. I gave the order, but I didn't supervise them properly. I just focused on comprehending Tao. Zhuge Yuanhong had been immersed in comprehending Tao for the past 20 years. He had let his subordinates handle many things. However, I still believe in the law-enforcing elders of the Gui Yuan sect. Zhuge Yuanhong looked at Tung Qingshan and said, I suspect that this was not planned by the remnants of Qinghu Island. Tung Qingshan's facial expression changed slightly as he asked. Not from Qinghu Island? Yes. Zhuge Yuanhong nodded and said, ever since the Gui Yuan sect moved to Yong'an County, we dealt with it once. There are very few remnants of Qinghu Island left in Yong'an County. Moreover, the Gui Yuan sect has never relaxed for so many years. Especially after you informed us. We even checked carefully. If it was done by the remnants of Qinghu Island, I can't believe that they could infiltrate the Ni family and set up Ni Mengzhong to provoke Hanwu. Then, teacher, who do you think it is? Tung Qingshan frowned and asked. Yong'an County is located at the border of Yangzhou and Yinzhou. Zhuge Yuanhong said solemnly. In the city of Yong'an County, the headquarters of the Gui Yuan sect. Only the shooting sun god mountain of Yinzhou can do that. Only the shooting sun god mountain can plant so many people in Yong'an County. Even the Gui Yuan sect couldn't detect it. Tung Qingshan frowned. Teacher's words made sense. As the border of Yong'an County, the shooting sun god mountain might have planted many people in Yong'an County a long time ago. Many people had lived in Yong'an County for many years. It was impossible to find out. With the strength of the shooting sun god mountain, it was not impossible for them to do this. It's just a guess, Zhuge Yuanhong said apologetically. Teacher, this time, no matter who it is, as long as it's the person who plotted to kill my son, no matter who it is, I hope that teacher won't protect anyone who is involved. Tung Qingshan was filled with killing intent. He said in a deep voice, I want the entire land of the 9 prefectures to know that if anyone dares to touch my son, I will kill them. If there is one person, I will kill one person. If there is 100,000 people, I will kill 100,000 people. If there is a sect, I will destroy that sect. I want to let him know that touching my son is the biggest mistake he has ever made in his life. Tung Qingshan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Times in the entire Gui Yuan sect, under such an oppressive atmosphere, there were rumors spreading. Some people said that Tung Qingshan allowed his son to kill Enai Mengzhong. Tung Qingshan bullied the weak and beat up the Gui Yuan sect's elder Enai Hanshan until he was bedridden. He forcefully forced the entire Gui Yuan sect to give an explanation. Some people also said that someone poisoned Tung Qingshan's son. Tung Qingshan was enraged and started to force the entire Gui Yuan sect. For a moment, many people in the Gui Yuan sect were dissatisfied with the fiery gilt steel battle armor and the fiery feather battle armor not being returned, and because Tung Qingshan had occupied Jiangning County. Naturally, they became even angrier. They discussed with each other, thinking that Tung Qingshan was powerful and arrogant. They forgot that he was originally from the Gui Yuan sect. Some people also thought that Tung Qingshan was too domineering because of his meritorious deeds. Although there were many discussions, no one dared to cause trouble in the Qingshan enterprise. In the Qingshan enterprise, Tung Qingshan, Li Jun, his son Hongwu, and a lady named Lei Xiaoru were having lunch together. Tung Qingshan looked at his son and Miss Lei Xiaoru, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Sovereign! Sovereign! Cries of alarm came from outside. What's the matter? Tung Qingshan frowned and turned his head to look. He saw the owner of the Qingshan enterprise. His face was filled with anxiety, and he hastily said loudly, Sovereign, this is bad. Enai Mengzhong's father, Elder Enai Han, was bedridden because of his severe injuries. Now he's dead. Dead. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun frowned. Yes. According to the rumors, he was so angry that he vomited blood and died. The owner hastily said. Chapter 586. He was so angry that he vomited blood and died. Tung Qingshan frowned. Hongwu's expression changed as he hastily said, Father, this is bad. Elder Enai Hanshan was so furious that he vomited blood and died. At that time, the disciples of the Gui Yuan sect will definitely hold a grudge against you, Father. He said that it was because of Father's arrogance and bullying the weak. Elder Enai Hanshan vomited blood and died from anger. Humph. Li Jun couldn't help but snort coldly. You don't have to worry about these trivial matters. Tung Qingshan waved his hand and dismissed the dojo master. Right now, Tung Qingshan only wanted to find out who the mastermind was and punish him severely. Tung Qingshan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to those in the Gui Yuan sect who were prejudiced against him. After all, in this world, there is no way to make everyone praise you endlessly. There will always be someone to defame you. The Enai family's residence in Yangon County. The Enai family was one of the top families in Yong'an County. In the Gui Yuan sect, the Enai family's origin was not shorter than the Zhuge family's. Currently, the leader of the Enai family was none other than Elder Enai, one of the 2 golden coronate law enforcement elders of the Gui Yuan sect. It was noon and the sun was high up in the sky. On the other hand, the Enai residence was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere, such that even the maidservants had to keep their voices down when they walked in the residence, as they were afraid of making loud noises. The entire residence was covered with white strips of cloth, and many people were dressed in mourning attire. As one walked closer to the residence's main hall, one could even hear sobbing sounds. The two children were wearing mourning clothes with red silk cloth tied around their waists. They were kneeling and burning joss paper. Boo-hoo! Master, why did you leave just like that? Master! Several women were kneeling on the ground, crying in pain. The Ni family was a big clan, and the law enforcement elder Ni had 3 sons and 2 daughters. On the other hand, elder Ni Hans Han, who had passed away, only had a son and 2 daughters. The death of his only son, Ni Mengzhong, was obviously a huge blow to him, causing him to spit blood and die from anger. At the side of the memorial hall, next to the coffin, an old man with a cold expression sat quietly on a chair, looking at the coffin in front of him. The aloof middle-aged man was Elder Ni, the oldest enforcement elder in the Ni clan. Martial Uncle Ni, my condolences. From time to time, many people would come over after hearing the news. Some of the elders would respectfully greet the cold middle-aged man. The middle-aged man slightly nodded and did not speak. In the Gui Yuan sect, the disciples who had just finished their lunch were walking around in groups of 3 to 5. I say, Senior Martial Brother, aren't you going too far by saying that to Lord Tang? After all, the Gui Yuan sect is indebted to Lord Tang. Too much? Yes, this Lord Tang has done us a great favor. But even if he owed her a favor, he shouldn't be so arrogant, right? It's one thing for you to monopolize our Gui Yuan sect's fiery gilt battle armor and fiery feather battle armor. Look, even the Ni family's eldest grandson, Ni Mengzhong, has lost his life. No one dared to stand up for the Ni family. This Teng Qingshan even forced the Gui Yuan sect to give him an explanation. We can't do anything about it. Teng Qingshan is powerful and a grandmaster. The Gui Yuan sect can only lower our heads. 2 disciples walked on the road. The shorter disciple's tone was obviously filled with resentment. Forget it. What'll we do? The other disciple shook his head and said. Suddenly, a young man carrying a war saber on his back walked over. When he saw the two, he hastily said, 6th Martial Brother, 7th Martial Brother. Something bad happened. Elder Ni Han Han of the Ni family was bedridden due to severe injuries. He spat out blood and died today. What? The two were shocked. Sigh. The young man with the war saber couldn't help but shake his head. Elder Ni Hans Han only had one son. His son died, and no one sought justice for him. At that time, he was severely injured by Teng Qingshan. When he returned, he was full of anger and sadness. His son died, and he was severely injured. He spat out blood and died. It's no wonder. The shorter disciple couldn't help but reveal an angry expression. He said, he's going too far. He's going too far. Teng Qingshan's son is his son, but the son of our Gui Yuan sect's elder Ni is not his son? He's going too far. What can we do? He's the sovereign of the Xing Yi sect. Our Gui Yuan sect has to rely on him. The young man with the war saber shook his head helplessly. The shorter disciple said angrily. One must have a backbone. One would rather die standing than live kneeling. So what if he's Teng Qingshan? Our Gui Yuan sect also has 10,000 Longang guards and 30,000 Black Armor Corps soldiers. We also have nearly 1 million disciples, millions of ordinary soldiers. Without Teng Qingshan, can our Gui Yuan sect hold up the sky by ourselves? Instead of being protected by others and being bullied, it's better for our Gui Yuan sect to hold up the sky by ourselves. It's better for our Gui Yuan sect to hold up the sky by ourselves. We'd rather have a smaller territory than to suffer such cowardice. The shorter disciple said angrily. Yes, 6th Senior Martial Brother is right. Another disciple next to him felt his blood boil. Why should we suffer such cowardice? Teng Qingshan is strong because his Xing Yi sect is strong. It has nothing to do with our Gui Yuan sect. Teng Qingshan used to be a disciple of our Gui Yuan sect. Didn't he betray the sect? He hasn't been a disciple for a long time. You too, lower your voice. The young man with the war saber looked around. What are you afraid of? You're right and talented. The shorter disciple glared and roared. Even in front of the elders and the sovereign, I dare to say this. Elder Ni Han was angered to death. Not only did no one give him justice, but they also sealed the Ni clan's mansion. He even sealed the Ni family's residence and said that he wanted to investigate everyone in the family. It's too chilling. No matter what, we must make Ting Qingshan give us an explanation. Yes, there must be an explanation. In the land of the 9 prefectures, most of the martial artists were hot-blooded. When they were hot-blooded, they would draw their swords and kill. Previously, many disciples of the Gui Yuan sect had been tolerating it. However, when they heard that Elder Ni Han was so angry that he vomited blood and died, the Ni clan's mansion was still sealed, and everyone in the mansion was being investigated. Naturally, they became even angrier. Maybe it was because they were hot-blooded, or maybe someone was fanning the flames. For a moment, many disciples, who were proud of being a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect, became angry. A large number of disciples gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Many disciples gathered in front of the main hall of the Gui Yuan sect. Sect leader, we would rather live standing than die kneeling. Sovereign, the Gui Yuan sect can't bow to the Xing Yi sect. Tens of thousands of disciples gathered at the square in front of the main hall like a surging ocean. Many of them were shouting at the top of their lungs. Among the crowd, what's the use of shouting here? I think we should go to the outside of the Qingshan Guild Hall and shout. We should ask Tung Qingshan to give us an explanation and give us justice. Give us justice, a disciple said. Are you stupid? Go to the front of the Qingshan Guild Hall. That will only make things worse. Although the disciples of the Gui Yuan sect were hot-blooded and angry, most of them knew the severity of the situation. Now that they were all agitated, it would be fine if they wanted the higher-ups of the Gui Yuan sect to give them an explanation. However, if a large number of people rushed to the front of the Qingshan Guild Hall and caused a ruckus, then it would be a big mess. Therefore, only a few people were persuaded. Although very few people were moved, after all, not everyone was calm. The number of the disciples of the Gui Yuan sect was too large. In addition, there were some disciples with evil intentions who secretly stirred up trouble. Over 100 people rushed to the front of the Qingshan Guild Hall and shouted, Lord Tung, please give an explanation to the Gui Yuan sect. Lord Tung, your son is your son. Elder Ni Hanshan's son is also your son. Now, you're forcing the Ni clan. This is too much. I thought you were a great hero since I was young. Tung Qingshan, don't forget that you used to be a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect. Now that you have grown up, don't be so arrogant. You're going too far. You are going too far. Over 100 people gathered for a moment. Hua, hua, hua. A large number of armored soldiers of the Black Armored Corps gathered and surrounded the disciples. The leader was actually one of the law-enforcing elders, Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun, who was fully armored and had an ugly expression, waved his hand and shouted, Take all these people back and lock them in the dungeon. Yes. A large number of Black Armored Corps soldiers rushed over. Most of the disciples did not resist, but some of them roared, Brothers of the Black Armored Corps, are you working for the Xing Yi sect now? Are you here to capture your own brothers? Brothers of the Black Armored Corps, we are all from the Gui Yuan sect. What you are doing is disheartening. The shouts of some people caused the disciples who hadn't planned to resist to become enraged, and they also began to shout angrily. However, there was a great disparity in strength. Soon, these people were taken away. Over 100,000 people had gathered in front of the Great Hall of the Gui Yuan sect. Once there were more than 10,000 people, they seemed to be endless. These 100,000 people had long filled the empty plaza in front of the newly built Gui Yuan sect's main hall. Many people were standing on the grass, and some were even standing on some trees. The sovereign is here. The sovereign is here. The originally noisy crowd quickly quietened down. In just a few breaths, nearly 100,000 people had become silent, without the slightest noise. Zhuge Yuanhong, who was wearing a loose white cloak, was standing in front of the great hall of the Gui Yuan sect. Behind him stood 3 law-enforcing elders. Listen up, disciples of the Gui Yuan sect. Zhuge Yuanhong's voice spread out, and every disciple could hear him clearly. This matter involved a lot of people, and there are many conspiracies and tricks involved. The disciples of the Gue Yuan sect must not fall into the enemy's trap. Zhuge Yuanhong's voice suddenly became louder. I, Zhuge Yuanhong, am here to tell all the disciples that the day after tomorrow, which is the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, when the sun rises, I will announce the truth. This sentence was indeed very effective. Knowing that they would know the truth the day after tomorrow, and hearing this firm sentence, the disciples who were angry just now obediently retreated. After all, in their hearts, almost all of them were loyal to the Gue Yuan sect. After calming the people down, Zhuge Yuanhong immediately went to the Qingshan Guild Hall. Someone actually came to the Qingshan Guild Hall to cause trouble. Zhuge Yuanhong was also worried that the relationship between him and Tung Qingshan would become even worse. In the living room of the Qingshan Guild Hall, Qingshan. Zhuge Yuanhong walked into the living room. Haha, master, you look quite embarrassed. Tung Qingshan laughed. Seeing Tung Qingshan smile, Zhuge Yuanhong heaved a sigh of relief, and then shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, I look embarrassed. Master, I didn't expect it either. There are so many enemies hiding in the Gue Yuan sect, and so many spies. Tung Qingshan smiled and shook his head. So many people actually gathered in front of the main hall. Someone even rushed to the front of the Qingshan Guild Hall. Zhuge Yuanhong nodded. If there were no spies, this would not have happened. It's my fault. I was too greedy. There was no other way. The Gue Yuan sect only controlled one county, and it wanted to develop into a super sect. In just 20 years, it only recruited disciples in Yangzhou. It was inevitable that Fish Eyes passed off as pearls. Into the 2nd chapter. Continue to write the 3rd chapter. Chapter 587. Tung Qingshan nodded in agreement. His Xing Yi sect mainly absorbed the elites of the internal martial arts in the land of the 9 prefectures. It recruited disciples from all over the land of the 9 prefectures. In the first few years of the Xing Yi sect, when the sects in the land of the 9 prefectures didn't realize the uniqueness of the internal martial arts, they didn't stop the disciples from going to the Xing Yi sect. When they discovered the uniqueness of the internal martial arts, it was too late for the sects to attract the disciples of the internal martial arts in their territories. By that time, the foundation of the Xing Yi sect had already been established. The Xing Yi sect was formed with the elites of the land of the 9 prefectures. Naturally, the Xing Yi sect was much better than the Gue Yuan sect. Qingshan, I'll go back first. You will know everything after everything is settled. Zhuge Yuanhong left immediately after calming Tung Qingshan down. Tung Qingshan watched his teacher leave. After a while, Li Jun walked in from the side door of the living room and asked, Qingshan, your teacher left. What did he say? Teacher was worried that I would be angry. Tung Qingshan smiled faintly. Even if you're not angry, I am. Li Jun's pretty face showed a hint of anger. Those disciples rushed to the front of the guild hall and cursed. The Gue Yuan sect is too outrageous. They are biting the hand that feeds them. Tung Qingshan held Li Jun's hand and looked at his wife. There are many ignorant people in the world. Only a few of them can see the truth. If you are angry with them, you will be so angry that you won't be able to eat every day. What we need to do now is to find out the truth and find out who the mastermind is. Then we will get rid of them. By the way, little Jun, where is Hanwu? Tung Qingshan asked. He is practicing martial arts in the backyard. Li Jun smiled when she mentioned her son. Practicing martial arts? Tung Qingshan was surprised. Let's go and see. Accompanying his wife, Tung Qingshan walked to the backyard. In the backyard, Hongwu's face showed a hint of anger. He had heard the group of people who rushed to the front of the Qingshan Guild Hall and cursed. You actually said that my father's wings have hardened? You're saying that my father is a disciple who betrayed the sect and doesn't care about old ties? Hongwu gritted his teeth. He had always been proud of his father. In his heart, his father, Tung Qingshan, was a peerless figure. But now his father was the victim of rumors and slander, and was being slandered by that group of people. Tung Qingshan was furious, but Hongwu was. He was angry for his father. It's all my fault. I didn't learn fist techniques properly. There are countless people in the world who dream of being personally taught by my father. In the sect, those who have reached the Grandmaster realm can only occasionally receive my father's guidance. As for me, I could have been taught by my father at any time, but I didn't want to learn at all. Instead, I wanted to go into business. Han Wu regretted it now. If I had practiced boxing seriously from the beginning and spent more time practicing boxing every day, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Perhaps I have already stepped into the Grandmaster realm. At that time, he would be able to control his chi and blood. How could he be poisoned? What's more, you won't be hurt by the knife at all. Han Wu saw it clearly. He had always lived under his father's protection. That was why he could do what he wanted to do, which was business. However, in the land of the 9 prefectures, there were countless heroes and warriors. All of them were working hard. Without sufficient martial strength, it was impossible to do business. I have to establish myself. I don't need to worry about father and mother. I just need to be like father and become a true expert. When I become a true expert one day, it won't be too late to do business. In Han Wu's heart, there was finally a seed that yearned to become a peerless expert. In the backyard, Han Wu was practicing his fist seriously. Phew! After a long time, Han Wu finally stopped. Father, mother. Han Wu shouted at his parents, who had been standing nearby and watching for a long time. Han Wu, it's rare for you to practice boxing in the afternoon. Tung Qingshan was surprised and said with a smile. Father, Han Wu took a deep breath and looked at Tung Qingshan. I want to practice boxing with all my heart. Tung Qingshan was stunned. Then, he showed an expression of disbelief. He looked at his wife, Li Jun, who was beside him. Both of them were shocked. After his son was born, Tung Qingshan had high hopes for his son. He helped his son stretch his body and taught him boxing from a young age. However, Tung Qingshan had an idea. When his son grew up, he could decide what he wanted to do. From Tung Qingshan's point of view, when his son was young, he didn't have the ability to judge right from wrong. Thus, his father could force him to practice boxing. However, when the child grew up, he could judge for himself. At that time, it would be useless to force him. If he wanted to achieve great things, he had to have the desire to do something. Although Tung Qingshan was disappointed that his son wanted to do business, he didn't stop him. He knew that if he forced his son to practice boxing, his son wouldn't be able to achieve great things if his heart wasn't on the boxing. Only when his heart was on the boxing and he was diligent and had a bit of comprehension ability would he be able to achieve great things. Especially with Tung Qingshan's personal guidance, it would be strange if his son didn't achieve great things. Han Wu, do you really want to practice boxing wholeheartedly? Is it not a spur-of-the-moment decision? Tung Qingshan asked solemnly. Father. Han Wu looked at Tung Qingshan. His eyes shone brightly. I understand now. This is the land of the 9 prefectures. The land of the 9 prefectures is filled with experts. Without peerless martial arts, no matter what you do, you won't be able to achieve great things. Also, Father, I don't want you to be troubled by those rumors because of me. Tung Qingshan's heart was burning. His son's words made Tung Qingshan feel better than any elixir. Good. Han Wu. Tung Qingshan's eyes shone. As long as you focus on boxing, Han Wu, I will do my best to train you. However, if you want to achieve great things, you still have to rely on yourself. I will give you the best teacher, the best opponent, and the best boxing technique. How far you can go in the future will depend on yourself. Father, I won't let you down. Han Wu was filled with pride. Tung Qingshan couldn't help but feel happy. His son and daughter. In terms of temperament, his son was obviously much better than his daughter. Although his daughter was talented in boxing and liked to practice boxing, she obviously lacked willpower. In Tung Qingshan's opinion, temperament was more important than talent. Temperament was more important than talent. In the Gui Yuan sect, there were 2 traditions for accepting disciples. It was on the 6th of the 12th lunar month and the 12th of June. However, on the 6th of the 12th lunar month, many martial artists from all over the country gathered in Yong'an County, and some parents brought their children there. However, this time, the Gui Yuan sect announced that it would be delayed by a month. On the 6th of January, they would hold the entrance examination and recruit disciples. On the 8th of the 12th lunar month, in the gloomy dungeon of the Gui Yuan sect. In the dungeon, there were only torches on both sides of the walls. The dim light of the torches flickered in the dungeon, sometimes illuminating the dirty prisoners in the dungeon, and sometimes illuminating the dried blood stains on the walls. The screams echoed in the dungeon for a long time. Sizzle. It was like the sound of fat dripping from a piece of fat being grilled. This was the place where the Gui Yuan sect locked up the prisoners. Zhuge Yuanhong stood in the penalty hall of the dungeon. An old man beside him said respectfully, "Sect leader, these are the results of the interrogation." As he spoke, the old man handed over a stack of paper. After Zhuge Yuanhong received it, he silently read each piece of paper carefully under the dim light of the torch, and then flipped through it. The penalty hall was silent. Only the screams that made people's hearts tremble could be heard from some of the secret chambers. After a long time, "Yes, well done." Zhuge Yuanhong nodded slightly. "Tell Elder Ni the real cause of his son's death." Zhuge Yuanhong ordered. "Yes, sect leader." The old man beside him nodded. Elder Ni's son, Elder Ni Han, did not die from anger. Ni Han was an internal force master, and he was in the prime of his life. He also had a beautiful wife, and he could have more children. How could he die from anger? Based on Ni Hanshan's character, he was not that kind of person. As expected, the truth that the Gui Yuan sect found out proved everything. What a good trick. Zhuge Yuanhong's eyes were filled with coldness. On the 9th of the 12th lunar month, many disciples had already arrived at the square in front of the penalty hall. Sect leader said that he will announce the truth today. "Junior brother, what do you think the truth is?" "Who knows? I'm just worried that the sect leader will help Tung Qingshan." Some of the disciples of the Gui Yuan sect were already filled with resentment. The fact that the Gui Yuan sect had been chased out of Jiangning and moved to Yong and County, and the fact that the fiery gilt battle armor and the fiery feather battle armor had been taken away and refused to be returned was deeply ingrained in the hearts of many disciples. Moreover, in Yangzhou, the Xingyi sect was obviously more powerful than the Gui Yuan sect. This made them even more angry. In their opinion, Tung Qingshan was a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect. After he betrayed the Gui Yuan sect, he founded the Xingyi sect. Now, the Xingyi sect was more powerful than the Gui Yuan sect. Vexed, aggrieved, they thought that Tung Qingshan had gone too far. As time passed, more and more people arrived. A large number of disciples, either those who were angry with Tung Qingshan or those who supported Tung Qingshan, had arrived. In the Gui Yuan sect, among the hundreds of thousands of disciples, there were many disciples who thought that Tung Qingshan had done a good job. They thought that Tung Qingshan had done a great favor for the Gui Yuan sect. Taking away the fiery gilt battle armor was a small matter. "Stop talking. Let's wait and see what the sect leader has to say." I'm afraid that the sect leader will side with Tung Qingshan. The entire plaza was filled with noise. It was like boiling water. The noise was endless. When Zhuge Yuanhong, who was dressed in a green cloak, appeared at the entrance of the Gui Yuan sect's great hall, followed by 8 law enforcement elders, who were dressed in purple cloaks. The noise in the plaza quickly died down. In just a few breaths, the entire plaza became silent. Complete silence. One could even hear the howling of the bone-chilling wind in the cold winter. Countless disciples raised their heads and looked at Zhuge Yuanhong, who was standing at the entrance of the great hall. Disciples of the Gui Yuan sect. Zhuge Yuanhong's voice reverberated in the air. Recently, because of what happened in the Triple Pagoda, everyone has been dissatisfied with Tung Qingshan. Many people even went to Qingshan's guild hall to cause trouble. When I learned about this, I felt extremely ashamed. After Zhuge Yuanhong finished speaking, the plaza was filled with noise. The sect leader said that he felt ashamed. All the disciples couldn't believe it. Qingshan and I are master and disciple. There are many things that you don't know, but I do. Back then, when Qingshan wanted to establish his own sect, the elders of the Gui Yuan sect discussed it. They were worried that after Qingshan established his own sect, his sect would swallow up the Gui Yuan sect. I believe that all of you can see how powerful the Xingyi sect is now. Zhuge Yuanhong's words resonated with the hearts of many people. The Xingyi sect was indeed very powerful. It was too powerful. The 200,000 soldiers of the Blood Wolf army were all second-rated warriors. Even the sergeants had to be first-rated warriors. Such an army was powerful enough to dominate the world. Qin Shan thought about this and announced that the Xingyi sect would never contend for hegemony in the world. He would never boast about the 5 counties. Zhuge Yuanhong's voice reverberated in the ears of all the disciples. The Xingyi sect will never contend for hegemony in the world. Naturally, the Guei Yuan sect can sit back and relax. Many disciples were stunned when they heard this. Do you still remember the battle in the Great Yin Mountain? Zhuge Yuanhong's eyes became misty. At that time, my daughter Qingqing died. At that time, the Guei Yuan sect became the target of many sects because we wanted to protect Qin Shan. At that time, the Guei Yuan sect was only a Guei Yuan sect in Jiangning County. How could it fight against the Mani Temple, the Ying family, and many other sects? Therefore, when Qin Shan betrayed the sect, he declared that everything had nothing to do with the Guei Yuan sect. He, Tung Qin Shan, began to flee the world. He was chased by Qinghu Island all over the world, but the Guei Yuan sect did not give him any help. Instead, we obtained the elixir of the North Sea. The hundreds of thousands of disciples below were in an uproar. The elixir of the North Sea? A drop of the elixir of the North Sea was enough to make people reach the first-rated warrior realm? In fact, the appearance of the Long Gang Guards was already known by all the sects in the land of the 9 prefectures. The Guei Yuan sect must have obtained the elixir of the North Sea. This was no longer a secret, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Yes, it's the elixir of the North Sea that can allow people to reach the first-rated warrior realm with just 1 drop. At that time, Qin Shan left behind the elixir of the North Sea for the Guei Yuan sect. Therefore, the Guei Yuan sect had the Long Gang Guards that were completely composed of first-rated warriors. Therefore, at that time, the Guei Yuan sect was able to annihilate Qinghu Island with only the land of 1 county. All of this was because of the elixir of the North Sea that Qin Shan left behind, and Qin Shan fled to the ends of the world. As his master, I am ashamed. Zhuge Yuanhong's words made everyone below silent. This matter was not a secret to the various sects, but to the ordinary disciples. Very few people knew. That's all. Zhuge Yuanhong shook his head and sighed. Qin Shan returned a few years later as an emptiness realm expert. He fought for the Guei Yuan sect time and time again. Everyone in Jiangning County knew about this. The tens of thousands of disciples below were silent. Those who had been scolding Tung Qin Shan also thought of Tung Qin Shan's battles with emptiness realm experts. Qin Shan risked his life to protect the Guei Yuan sect. I, Zhuge Yuanhong, have always been grateful to Qin Shan. However, the most shameful thing is, all these years, there's been a rumor circulating in the Guei Yuan sect, saying that Tung Qin Shan took the fiery gilt battle armor and the fiery feather battle armor of the Guei Yuan sect and did not return them. Zhuge Yuanhong looked up to the sky and sighed. When I heard this, for a moment, Zhuge Yuanhong didn't know what to say. He could only smile bitterly. Let's talk about the fiery gilt battle armor and the fiery feather battle armor. In the entire land of the 9 prefectures, no other sect has it. Only the Guei Yuan sect and the Xingyi sect have it. Why? At that time, the Guei Yuan sect was only a small sect that occupied the land of 1 county. Even the Heavenly God Palace and Emperor Yu's Hall didn't have any fiery gilt steel. How could the Guei Yuan sect have it? Zhuge Yuanhong looked at the numerous disciples below. For a moment, the numerous disciples were shocked. That's right. At that time, the Guei Yuan sect only occupied the land of 1 county. How could the Guei Yuan sect have the fiery gilt steel? The fiery gilt steel is a rare, or that can only be found in a special place where the phoenix resides. When Qin Shan fled for his life, he met the undying phoenix by chance. Zhuge Yuanhong's voice resounded in the ears of every disciple. The undying phoenix gifted the fiery gilt steel to Qing Shan. After Qing Shan returned, he left the fiery gilt steel in the Gui Yuan sect so that the Gui Yuan sect could forge the armor. What? The fiery gilt steel was given by Tung Qing Shan. All the disciples were stunned. Zhuge Yuanhong looked at the numerous disciples below and said, "Almost all the fiery gilt battle armors and fiery feather battle armors are in the Gui Yuan sect. Only a few are in the Xing Yi sect. I have always been grateful to Qing Shan for occupying these armors." However, many disciples actually said that Qing Shan monopolized the fiery gilt battle armors and fiery feather battle armors of the Gui Yuan sect. How can I not feel ashamed? Let his own sect, the Xing Yi sect, never contend for hegemony. Fight to the death for the sake of the Gui Yuan sect. Leave behind the elixir of the North Sea so that the Gui Yuan sect can create the Long Gang guards. Leave behind the fiery gilt steel. The fiery gilt steel originally belonged to someone else, but you all said that he monopolized the Gui Yuan sect. Zhuge Yuanhong shook his head and sighed. The tens of thousands of disciples below were dumbfounded. Humans were thick-skinned. They had always said that Tung Qing Shan monopolized the fiery gilt steel, but in the end, it was the Gui Yuan sect that monopolized the fiery gilt steel. In addition to the many previous favors, I scolded Tung Qing Shan previously. When they recalled that they had loudly scolded Tung Qing Shan for being shameless and bullying others, the tens of thousands of disciples were all stunned. 3 chapters completed. By the way, call for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 588. Hundreds of thousands of disciples had gathered on the spacious square in front of the great hall of the Gui Yuan sect. Some of the disciples had even gathered on the distant hills and the bridges above the lake. However, Zhuge Yuanhong's voice resounded in everyone's ears. "So that's how it is." The undying phoenix gave the fiery gilt steel to senior Tung Qing Shan, and then Tung Qing Shan gave it to the Gui Yuan sect. These disciples were not stupid. When they found out about this secret, their attitudes changed drastically. In fact, in their hearts, Tung Qing Shan had always been a high and mighty grandmaster. He had created the third branch of internal martial arts, which was different from the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect. There were only a few youngsters in the land of the 9 prefectures who did not admire and respect such a person. The Gui Yuan sect's disciples were dissatisfied with Tung Qing Shan because the fiery gilt steel had been monopolized by the undying phoenix sect. The incident at the Triple Pagoda and Nai Hanshan's death due to spitting blood out of anger had escalated the situation. Now that they found out about the truth, the image of Tung Qing Shan in their hearts changed once again. Senior Tung Qing Shan gave the fiery gilt steel to the Gui Yuan sect, but he didn't try to defend himself even though there were so many rumors and slanders. This is how a senior should be. The tens of thousands of disciples could not help but feel ashamed. At the same time, they admired Tung Qing Shan even more. He didn't try to defend himself even though there were so many rumors and slanders. The hearts of the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Gui Yuan sect were shaken, and they were discussing with their fellow disciples in low voices. Zhuge Yuanhong, who was standing in front of the great hall of the Gui Yuan sect, stopped his speech to give the disciples of the Gui Yuan sect enough time to think things through. At the same time, Zhuge Yuanhong cast a glance into the distance. At first glance, there was no one on the balcony on the 3rd floor of a quiet pavilion in the territory of the Gui Yuan sect. However, Zhuge Yuanhong could clearly sense the aura of a black hole through his domain. Indeed, Tung Qing Shan and Li Jun were indeed standing on the balcony of the 3rd floor of this pavilion. Actually, when one reached the culmination of the emptiness realm, one would be able to become invisible. The method was simple. 4 emptiness realm culmination experts. They could control 100% of the power of the heavens and the earth and perfectly control the twisting and turning of the light rays. It was even easier for an insightful emptiness realm expert. Through the power of the world, he could also achieve this scene. Qing Shan, your master sacrificed a lot for you this time. Li Jun couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Tung Qingshan nodded. For my sake, you beautified me quite a bit just now. At first glance, the words that his master had said made him sound perfect. However, Tung Qingshan knew clearly that during the battle at the Great Yin Mountain, he had actually caused the death of his teacher's daughter, Zhuge Qing. Tung Qingshan had never been able to forgive himself for the death of Lady Qing. Compared to this, 2 jars of the elixir of the North Sea were nothing, and never contend for hegemony. On the one hand, it was for the sake of the Gue Yuan sect. He didn't want to fight against the Gue Yuan sect. On the other hand, it was also because Tung Qingshan wanted to speed up the strengthening of the Xingyi sect. Now, it seemed that his plan was working well. However, Qingshan, you did sacrifice a lot for the Gue Yuan sect. Li Jun couldn't help but say. You too. Tung Qingshan held his wife's hand with an apologetic look in his eyes. Li Jun felt warmth in her heart. Actually, in the past 20 years, she had never seen her teacher, Pei Shulian, except for when the sect was established. The Heavenly God Palace and the Xingyi sect could not be considered enemies. However, they were not as friendly as Tung Qingshan was when he first returned from the North Sea. Seeing that the voices of the hundreds of thousands of disciples had gradually died down, Zhuge Yuanhong, who was standing in front of the Great Hall, spoke again. This is all in the past. That's all. Let's talk about the recent murders in the Sanchong Pagoda. Instantly, the hundreds of thousands of people quieted down. Yes, the murders in the Sanchong Pagoda had been a thorn in the hearts of the disciples of the Gue Yuan sect. All the disciples raised their heads and looked at Zhuge Yuanhong, who was standing in front of the Great Hall. The murders in the Sanchong Pagoda. Zhuge Yuanhong's expression became serious again. According to the investigation of the Gue Yuan sect, an Ai Mengzhong of the Ni family was actually used by someone. His weapon, the scimitar, was smeared with the poison of the beauty's tears. As a result, Qingshan's son was poisoned on the spot. Fortunately, both Qingshan and I were there at that time. That's why Qingshan's son survived. Instantly, the crowd burst into an uproar. What? Poison? Someone really used poison? After all, the rumors had been spreading for a long time, and they seemed to be true. The disciples of the Gue Yuan sect had heard several versions of the rumors, but they couldn't be sure. Towards their sect leader, Zhuge Yuanhong, they had great faith in him. It would be ridiculous for the faction leader of the Gue Yuan sect to lie in front of hundreds of thousands of disciples. Zhuge Yuanhong's expression darkened. He shouted, "Not only that, Ai Mengzhong's father, Elder Ai Hanzhan of the Gue Yuan sect, did not die from vomiting blood. Instead, the amount of one of the herbs and the medicine he drank every day was a little too much, and the ratio was not right." Not only did Elder Ai Hanshan's injury not heal, but it worsened. After that, he vomited blood and died. The crowd burst into an uproar. Who did it? Faction leader, who did it? So that's how it is. The crowd of thousands of disciples was in a mess. In the end, Zhuge Yuanhong's voice rang out. All the disciples quieted down and looked up. In the end, the mastermind behind all this was the shooting sun god mountain of Yinzhou. Zhuge Yuanhong's face turned red with anger. He shouted angrily, "The shooting sun god mountain dared to stir up trouble in the Gue Yuan sect, and even killed an elder of the Gue Yuan sect. They didn't respect the Gue Yuan sect at all." This angry roar caused the tens of thousands of disciples who had always been proud of the Gue Yuan sect to become envious. The status of the Gue Yuan sect was not lower than that of the shooting sun god mountain. The shooting sun god mountain dared to stir up trouble. They even used the Gue Yuan sect to kill the son of Tung Qingshan, the faction leader of the Xingyi sect. They even killed an elder of the Gue Yuan sect. Any hot-blooded person would not be able to tolerate this. These disciples, who originally felt guilty towards Tung Qingshan because of Tung Qingshan, were all enraged. "Sovereign, we can't just let this go. Sovereign, the shooting sun god mountain is too much." A large number of disciples began to shout. At this moment, Tung Qingshan, who was on the 3rd floor of the pavilion, looked pale. Li Jun was also furious. She couldn't help but say, It's the shooting sun god mountain. The shooting sun god mountain dared to touch Hangul. To a mother, her son had been through the gates of hell. Li Jun wouldn't forgive him even if she had to risk her life. Li Jun was so angry that her body trembled. The shooting sun god mountain. It's really you. Tung Qingshan's eyes emitted a terrifying cold light. His eyes were as cold as the edge of a knife. After Zhuge Yuanhong mentioned it, Tung Qingshan guessed that the shooting sun god mountain was the most likely culprit. If his son really died, he would not be able to do anything. Then, even if Tung Qingshan knew that there was a conspiracy, he wouldn't be able to maintain a good relationship with the Gui Yuan sect. Even if they couldn't become enemies, he wouldn't be able to fight for the Gui Yuan sect. Then, without Tung Qingshan's help, the Gui Yuan sect couldn't destroy Yinzhou. The Xing-Yi sect didn't fight for hegemony. The shooting sun god mountain would protect the world. After planning for so long, the shooting sun god mountain would definitely kill Tung Qingshan's son. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't kill Hangwu. At that time, Tung Qingshan and his wife happened to come to the Gui Yuan sect and save their son. Otherwise, in the Xing-Yi sect, Tung Qingshan learned that his son was dead. How could he not hate the Gui Yuan sect? Good plan. Li Jun was so angry that her breathing became heavy. How dare you touch my son? Tung Qingshan raised his head and stared at Zhuge Yuanhong in the distance. In front of the great hall, Zhuge Yuanhong, who was facing hundreds of thousands of disciples, was extremely angry. He shouted angrily, "Ever since the Gui Yuan sect occupied the 8 counties of Yangzhou, we have been resting and never offended any enemies. The shooting sun god mountain once sent an emptiness realm expert to help Qinghu Island attack the Gui Yuan sect. The Gui Yuan sect has been friendly to the shooting sun god mountain for the past 20 years. I didn't expect that the shooting sun god mountain would be so unscrupulous. Today they dared to use the Gui Yuan sect to kill the son of the sovereign of the Xing-Yi sect. They secretly killed an elder of the Gui Yuan sect. Tomorrow, the shooting sun god mountain might even dare to attack the Gui Yuan sect." Zhuge Yuanhong's angry roar caused many disciples below to be envious. The Gui Yuan sect will let the world know that the Gui Yuan sect is not easy to bully. The Gui Yuan sect will let the world know that if anyone dares to offend the Gui Yuan sect, we will kill them even if their blood is spilled on the fertile fields. Kill! Kill! The thousands of disciples below, whose blood was boiling, roared. Zhuge Yuanhong's eyes were fierce as he shouted, "Tomorrow, the army of the Gui Yuan sect will set off and point their swords at the shooting sun god mountain. General Zhongfeng, at noon today, you will lead the Long Gang guards as the vanguard to break the mountain and break the city for our army." "Yes, sovereign." Zhongfeng, who was at the side, immediately responded with a sonorous voice. "Fight! Fight!" The thousands of disciples below all roared. In a land of the 9 prefectures, if the other party insulted them, they would probably draw their swords and fight each other with bloodshed. Not to mention that such a thing had happened to a super sect. There was no other way but to use the blood of the other party to atone for their sins. Use the blood of the other party to bear witness to their dignity. Fight! Kill! When Zhuge Yuanhong said that the mastermind was the shooting sun god mountain, Tung Qingshan's heart was filled with murderous intent. When Zhuge Yuanhong said that they were going to attack Yinzhou, Tung Qingshan transmitted his voice to Zhuge Yuanhong. "Teacher, is the shooting sun god mountain really the mastermind?" "Yes." Zhuge Yuanhong replied with the use of the sound transmission technique. "I believe in teacher. I will go now and take the head of the emptiness realm expert of the shooting sun god mountain. As for the attack on Yinzhou, it will depend on teacher's army." After the use of the sound transmission technique, Tung Qingshan quickly sent his wife to the Qingshan Enterprise. Then, with the reincarnation spear in his hand, he transformed into a blur and flew toward the desolate land. When the scouts of the shooting sun god mountain received the news, they would definitely not be as fast as the insightful emptiness realm expert, Tung Qingshan. "The shooting sun god mountain, you dare to touch my son?" This is the stupidest plan of yours. Tung Qingshan's murderous intent soared as he flew toward the desolate land and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 1. Chapter 589. In the desolate land, the undying phoenix was in a huge nest on a thick parasol tree. In the mountain range where the parasol tree was located, various flying demonic beasts could be seen everywhere. This was the kingdom of birds. Boom! A beam of colorful light shot from afar. Little Blue. A voice rang out. Screech, the undying phoenix, who was resting, immediately spread its huge wings and soared into the sky, joining the beam of colorful light. Tung Qingshan held the reincarnation spear and stood on the undying phoenix's back. He pointed in the direction of the shooting sun god mountain and shouted, "Little Blue, let's go." Phew! The undying phoenix turned into a fiery red shadow and disappeared from the sight of the flying demonic beasts. The mountain range where the shooting sun god mountain was located was at the edge of the desolate land. The shooting sun god mountain towered into the clouds, and the peak of the mountain was above the clouds. In the back of the mountain peak of the shooting sun god mountain, a silver-haired hunter dressed in animal skins sat cross-legged in front of a wooden house. An ancient and black godly bow was placed in front of him. Not far from him, a huge silver wolf lay on the ground and rested. The Gui Yuan sect. Zhuge Yuanhong said that he would reveal the truth today. The silver-haired hunter's eyes flashed coldly as he sneered. What truth can he reveal? Those who carried out the plan were all men of sacrifice. The two most important people disappeared long ago. Even their corpses were burned to ashes. No matter how hard the Gui Yuan sect investigates, they won't be able to find the shooting sun god mountain. The silver-haired hunter, Shun Gongfu, was the only emptiness realm expert in the entire shooting sun god mountain. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless when carrying out this plan. Therefore, he was extremely cautious. It was guaranteed that nothing would go wrong. It's a pity. I didn't expect that when the time was right to kill Tung Qingshan's son, Tung Qingshan, he would be in the county city of Yong'an County. Shun Gongfu shook his head as a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Tung Qingshan, you killed my big brother, but this time you escaped. You're lucky. Shun Gongfu hated Tung Qingshan to the core, but he did not dare to make a move. If this Tung Qingshan's son dies, and he dies at the hands of the Gui Yuan sect, then the Gui Yuan sect will definitely kill him. At that time, Tung Qingshan would definitely fall out with the Gui Yuan sect. It was impossible for them to fight for him. In that case, the shooting sun god mountain will have nothing to worry about. It was a pity that he didn't grasp such a good opportunity. Tung Qingshan's son is really lucky. Shun Gongfu was still unwilling to give up. As for the failure of this plan, Shun Gongfu wasn't too worried that the mastermind behind this would be revealed to the shooting sun god mountain, because he believed that he did not leave any clues behind. The Gui Yuan sect did not have any evidence. Horror dawned on Shun Gongfu's face. He could clearly sense a powerful void stage aura and a black hole aura appearing in his territory. He could not help but turn his head to look. A fiery red beam of light was flying towards him rapidly. Oh no, it's the undying phoenix. Shun Gongfu's face turned pale with fright. He hastily roared and told the shooting sun heavenly wolf to run away. Whoosh! Whoosh! The man and the demonic wolf fled in two different directions. If Shun Gongfu and the shooting sun heavenly wolf ran away together with the undying phoenix, they would have no chance of surviving. Little Blue, get rid of the demonic wolf. Tung Qingshan pointed in the direction of the shooting sun heavenly wolf. At the same time, he leaped up from the back of the undying phoenix and chased after the fleeing Shun Gongfu. Screech, the undying phoenix, Little Blue, screeched and immediately split up with Tung Qingshan. It chased after the shooting sun heavenly wolf, while Tung Qingshan chased after Shun Gongfu. The shooting sun heavenly wolf is an emptiness realm demonic beast that has existed since the rise of the shooting sun god mountain. If it doesn't die, the shooting sun god mountain will rise again one day. To Tung Ching Shan, an emptiness realm demonic beast that was absolutely loyal to a sect was even more threatening than an emptiness realm expert. This was because most emptiness realm demonic beasts had a longer lifespan than humans. If Tung Ching Shan's lifespan was up, the shooting sun heavenly wolf might rise again and take revenge. Tung Ching Shan would not allow this to happen. Elder Wu, if you can see this from the heavens, watch how the shooting sun heavenly wolf dies. Tung Ching Shan was filled with murderous intent as he chased after Shun Gongfu. Shun Gongfu flew out of the shooting sun god mountain and fell to the ground like a meteorite. In the past 20 years, he had achieved a breakthrough and reached the emptiness realm culmination. He could fly in the sky. However, if he flew in the sky, he would have nowhere to run if the undying phoenix caught up to him. Tung Ching Shan, it's you. As Shun Gongfu fell, he turned his head and saw Tung Ching Shan's murderous face. He was shocked. Tung Ching Shan reached the insightful emptiness realm. In the land of the 9 prefectures, insightful emptiness realm experts were extremely terrifying. How dare you kill my son today? Shun Gongfu die. Tung Ching Shan's eyes glowed brightly. Chi! Shun Gongfu dove into the ground as though he had dove into the water. Tung Ching Shan also followed closely behind, scuttling into the underground of the mountain rocks. It was dark underground. Shun Gongfu fled while Tung Ching Shan chased after him. Tung Ching Shan, you said that I killed your son. Don't accuse me wrongly. Shun Gongfu shouted angrily with the use of the sound transmission technique. You still don't admit it? Tung Ching Shan replied with the use of the sound transmission technique. I definitely didn't send anyone to kill your son. For the past 20 years, the shooting sun god mountain has been following the rules. The Xingyi sect has been recruiting disciples in Yanzhou, but the shooting sun god mountain has never interfered. Why would the shooting sun god mountain send anyone to kill your son? Shun Gongfu said anxiously. My teacher said himself. How could it be false? Tung Ching Shan chased after Shun Gongfu. An insightful emptiness realm expert was indeed powerful, but his speed was not as fast as an emptiness realm expert. Tung Ching Shan could only keep Shun Gongfu distracted and inform the undying phoenix to intercept him. What Shun Gongfu needed to do was to go as deep as possible so that Tung Ching Shan could not inform the undying phoenix. Zhuge Yuanhong is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Gui Yuan sect has always been ambitious towards the shooting sun god mountain. This time, he is definitely taking this opportunity to fabricate lies. He wants you, Tung Ching Shan, to become his chess piece and work for the Gui Yuan sect. Shun Gongfu explained with the use of the sound transmission technique. His words were indeed very tempting. However, Tung Ching Shan was not tempted at all. Was he a fool? Of course not. When Tung Ching Shan heard his master announce those words in front of thousands of people in the Gui Yuan sect, he had suspected that his master had said those words on purpose so that he, Tung Ching Shan, would become a weapon in his master's hands. Therefore, Tung Ching Shan asked, Teacher, is the shooting sun god mountain really the mastermind? Zhuge Yuanhong only replied with 1 word, Yes. I believe in you, teacher, Tung Ching Shan said. Shun Gongfu, who was escaping, became anxious and said hastily, Did Zhuge Yuanhong give you any evidence? Don't be deceived by him and become his chess piece. Don't be used by him. Suddenly, a painful howl of a wolf spread rapidly in the underground. It even caused the underground to shake. Heavenly Wolf. Shun Gongfu's facial expression changed drastically. Tung Ching Shan, who was in pursuit of the Heavenly Wolf, immediately controlled the power of the world and tried his best to extend it toward the source of the sound. The power of the world transformed into a thread and extended rapidly. Tung Ching Shan relied on the initial success of the insightful emptiness realm and the vigorous power of the world in his body. At the same time, a voice came from the end of the power of the world. Little Blue, the shooting sun heavenly wolf's howl of pain resounded in the sky as it was engulfed by the golden-purple flames. Then everything, including the surrounding rocks and soil, turned into powder. Little Blue, it was a familiar voice. The undying phoenix, whose body was surrounded by black and white flames, quickly chased after the source of the sound. At the same time, it let out a sharp cry. After flying for a few hundred li, the undying phoenix was finally discovered by Tung Qingshan's power of the world. Swoosh! The undying phoenix used the power of the world to chase after it. The undying phoenix had already penetrated deep into the ground. Although the surroundings were hot, Shun Gongfu's heart was cold, and his face was pale. Not good. He had already discovered that the undying phoenix had entered the range of his domain. The heavenly wolf is dead. If I die too, then the shooting sun god mountain will. Shun Gongfu was extremely anxious. However, it was useless no matter how anxious he was. The undying phoenix quickly approached him. Tung Qingshan, the shooting sun god mountain really did not kill your son. Shun Gongfu was about to die, but he still wanted to persuade Tung Qingshan. He could not figure out what evidence Zhuge Yuanhong could find. You're about to die, yet you're still trying to deny it. Tung Qingshan's voice was heard. Boom! The undying phoenix's aura streaked across the sky and blocked Shun Gongfu's path from the front. Shun Gongfu was forced to turn around and flee to the side. The magma and some extremely hard rocks in the magma were easily knocked away by Shun Gongfu. Because of the turn, the distance between Tung Qingshan and Shun Gongfu was reduced. It was now within the range of Tung Qingshan's long-range attack. Still trying to escape, a flying knife appeared in Tung Qingshan's right hand. He infused the power of the world into it and threw it. Whoosh! A colorful light streaked across the sky. Pucci! Shun Gongfu could not dodge in time. The speed of the flying knife was as fast as an arrow. Shun Gongfu did not even have time to defend, and his chest was pierced. An Emptiness Realm expert's concealed weapon was not a threat to an Emptiness Realm expert of the same level. However, an insightful Emptiness Realm expert was different. Tung Qingshan had reached the initial insightful Emptiness Realm. The piercing power of the flying knife was comparable to an Emptiness Realm culmination expert's full power. This was why his flying knife could injure an Emptiness Realm demonic beast. Boom! A powerful heat wave spread as the undying phoenix appeared in front of Shun Gongfu again. No! Shun Gongfu's face turned pale. Behind him, Tung Qingshan appeared. Both Tung Qingshan and Tung Qingshan were intercepted. Shun Gongfu was severely injured and could not escape. You can't escape. Tung Qingshan stared coldly at Shun Gongfu. The scorching lava in the surroundings was pushed away by Tung Qingshan's power of the world, creating a huge space. Shun Gongfu's face turned pale as he clutched his chest. He did not want to die. If he died, the ancient shooting sun god mountain would be finished. Tung Qingshan, Shun Gongfu, said anxiously, "If you don't kill me, I will tell you the real culprit who wants to kill your son." End of 2 chapters. Chapter 590. The Real Mastermind. Several thoughts flashed through Tung Qingshan's mind. However, on the surface, Tung Qingshan held the reincarnation spear and sneered. You are the mastermind. You are about to die, and you still want to drag others into this. Chi-Chi, the surging hot magma was pushed apart, and streams of hot air were continuously emitted in all directions. The undying phoenix behind Shun Gongfu was engulfed in flames that were much hotter than the lava. Shun Gongfu, who was trapped in a huge furnace, felt a chill in his heart. When he saw the murderous intent in Tung Qingshan's eyes, he knew that he was going to die. He was furious as he thought to himself, Jin Sheng gave me this stupid idea. If I didn't listen to him, this wouldn't have happened. Now. Shun Gongfu hated Tung Qingshan. However, he also hated the person who gave him the idea. Why are you speechless? Don't you know who you want to drag down with you? Tung Qingshan's expression turned cold. If that's the case, I will send you to hell. Tung Qingshan. Shen Gongfu glared at Tung Qingshan like a crazy lion. The veins on his forehead bulged as he said, I, Shen Gongfu, admit that I planned to kill your son. You killed my big brother, and I wanted to kill you even in my dreams. This time, your son is lucky. I hate the heavens for not helping me. Your son was poisoned, and you went to Yong'an County. The heavens are helping you. It's not that I don't want to kill the shooting sun god mountain, but the heavens want to kill me. Shen Gongfu roared crazily. Tung Qingshan listened to him coldly. The lava around him was boiling. However, it wasn't my idea to kill your son. Shen Gongfu stared at Tung Qingshan and said, I admit that you, Tung Qingshan, are a great genius. You're growing rapidly. I originally wanted to give up on taking revenge. In order to protect the shooting sun god mountain, I secretly spread some rumors in the Gui Yuan sect to slander you and fan the flames. This caused the relationship between the Gui Yuan sect and the Xing Yi sect to worsen. Tung Qingshan's heart thumped. Actually, the relationship between the Gui Yuan sect and the Xing Yi sect had been deteriorating over the years. The disciples of the Xing Yi sect believed that the Gui Yuan sect relied on their patriarch, Tung Qingshan. Therefore, he had a vague feeling that he was a head taller. On the other hand, the Gui Yuan sect believed that Tung Qingshan had betrayed the Gui Yuan sect and had devoured the Gui Yuan sect's fiery gilt battle armor and fiery feather battle armor. Both sides were originally at odds with each other, but the shooting sun god mountain had secretly fanned the flames, causing the gap between the two sides to widen. However, I met an emptiness realm expert last year. His name is Jin Sheng. The corners of Shen Gongfu's eyes twitched. That old thief Jin Sheng. I treated him as a good friend back then. He told me about the relationship between the Xing Yi sect, the Gui Yuan sect, and the shooting sun god mountain. He said, although the Xing Yi sect and the Gui Yuan sect are not on good terms, you, Tung Qingshan, and Zhuge Yuanhong are still on good terms. If Zhuge Yuanhong asks for your help during a critical moment, you will definitely not refuse. By that time, the shooting sun god mountain will still be destroyed. Tung Qingshan agreed with Shen Gongfu's words. Old thief Jin Sheng? Shen Gongfu, you should at least make up a name that is slightly famous. I have never heard of this person. Tung Qingshan sneered as he thought to himself. Jin Sheng? His surname is Jin? The mysterious man with the golden mask was also known as Elder Jin in the barbarian tribe temple in the desolate land. I know that I will die. Why would I lie to you? Shen Gongfu sneered as he looked at Tung Qingshan. Then tell me, what does he look like? Tung Qingshan said coldly. I don't know. He is wearing a golden mask. Shen Gongfu shook his head. Tung Qingshan was even more certain of his guess. He was wearing a golden mask and called himself Jin Sheng. You don't even know what he looks like. Why are you still making things up? Tung Qingshan sneered. Shen Gongfu snorted coldly. I don't know what he looks like. You will know when you see him in the future. Old thief Jin Sheng told me that I would be a sitting duck if I did that. You, Tung Qingshan, will definitely kill me in the future. That's why he helped me think of this plan. He used Tung Qingshan's son because he is always in Yong'an County. As long as the members of the Gui Yuan sect kill Tung Qingshan's son, Tung Qingshan's only son will die. Tung Qingshan's only son died, and he died at the hands of the Gui Yuan sect. Then, he will die in the Gui Yuan sect's lair. How can you not hate the Gui Yuan sect? Even if you're not enemies with the Gui Yuan sect, how can you still work for the Gui Yuan sect? Of course, the crisis of the shooting sun god mountain has been resolved. At that time, I was very hesitant about old thief Jin Sheng's plan. I knew that if I failed, I would be in big trouble. Shen Gongfu could not help but laugh. However, Shen Gongfu's eyes were filled with madness. At that time, old thief Jin Sheng said that if you don't act decisively, you will be in trouble. No matter what we do, there will be risks. If we do it, there will be hope for the shooting sun god mountain to survive for another 1,000 years. If we don't do it, the shooting sun god mountain will be finished soon. Yes, that makes sense. Shen Gongfu's expression was ferocious. I thought it made sense. If we don't do it, we will be finished. If we do it, there will still be hope. That's why I order my men to start making detailed arrangements. Nothing will go wrong. Shen Gongfu looked at Teng Qingshan and laughed coldly. Teng Qingshan, your son escaped death. However, I took care of anyone who might have exposed the mastermind behind the scenes. Zhuge Yuanhong could not find any evidence. He did not give you any evidence, right? Teng Qingshan's expression was still cold. He smiled and said, my teacher gave me strong evidence. Evidence? Impossible. Shen Gongfu opened his eyes wide and shouted. Swoosh! A colorful flowing light suddenly shone. Shen Gongfu only had time to touch the light with his godly saber before he was sent flying by the strong rotating force. Puchi! The reincarnation spear pierced through Shen Gongfu's heart. The power of the world contained in the reincarnation spear instantly crushed Shen Gongfu's internal organs. Bright red blood flowed out from the tip of the reincarnation spear and was absorbed by the scarlet tassel. It's impossible. What? Shen Gongfu stared at Teng Qingshan. Although his spirit was strong, his body was extremely damaged. He could not even make a sound. He could only stare at Teng Qingshan unwillingly. Then, he lowered his head and stopped moving. Puchi! Shen Gongfu pulled out the reincarnation spear. The flames of the undying phoenix immediately engulfed his body. Even the godly bow was melted. Seeing Shen Gongfu's body turn into ashes, Teng Qingshan held the blood-stained reincarnation spear and said softly, my teacher gave me the strongest evidence. My teacher said yes. I will not doubt him anymore. This is what I owe my teacher. Little Blue. Teng Qingshan looked at the undying phoenix, Little Blue. His body transformed into a phantom and leaped onto the back of the undying phoenix. Screech! The undying phoenix flapped its wings, and the surging magma deep underground was immediately separated. Then, it quickly soared into the sky. It pierced through the magma, rocks, and soil until it reached a height of 10,000 zhang. Then, it flew towards Yangzhou's Yong'an County. Although the sun was high in the sky, the temperature was extremely low, and the cold wind whistled. When the undying phoenix, Little Blue, flew to the sky above Yong'an County, Teng Qingshan looked down and saw that the entire army of Yong'an County was being mobilized rapidly. Especially on the drill ground of the Gui Yuan sect, the soldiers of the Longgang army, who were wearing fiery gilt battle armor and fiery feather battle armor, were gathering on the drill ground. The Gui Yuan sect is going to send troops to Yenzhou. Teng Qingshan's gaze immediately fell on the Qingshan Guild Hall below. Swoosh! The fiery red light streaked across the sky in a beautiful arc and quickly landed in the courtyard of Teng Qingshan's residence in the Qingshan Guild Hall. After Teng Qingshan left, his wife, Li Jun, who had been waiting for him, was still waiting silently in the courtyard. She saw the undying phoenix, who had suddenly appeared on the empty ground beside her, and Teng Qingshan, who was dressed in a white robe, landed on the ground at the same time. Qingshan. Li Jun hastily stood up and ran over. Little Jun. Teng Qingshan walked over and held his wife's hand with a smile. Where's Hongwu? Teng Qingshan asked with a smile. Li Jun smiled and shook her head. I didn't tell Hongwu about you going to the shooting Sun God Mountain to kill Shen Gongfu. I didn't want him to worry. I'm afraid he's still practicing martial arts at this time. Yes. Teng Qingshan nodded. By the way, how was your trip to the shooting Sun God Mountain? Li Jun asked. Of course, she wasn't worried about Teng Qingshan. After all, Teng Qingshan was already an insightful emptiness realm expert. She was worried that someone might have escaped from the shooting Sun God Mountain. If there was an unaffiliated emptiness realm expert, there would be a lot of trouble. It's done. Shen Gongfu and that demonic wolf are all dead, Teng Qingshan answered. Li Jun heaved a sigh of relief. In the land of the 9 prefectures, there was no room for mercy. The ordinary survivors of a sect could be ignored because the probability of producing an emptiness realm expert was very low. However, those who had already reached the emptiness realm had to be eliminated. If one of them was left out, there would be endless trouble. For example, Guyong. This caused Tung Shan a lot of trouble. Shan, after you went to the shooting sun god mountain, I calmed down and thought about it. I felt that something was wrong. Li Jun frowned and said, your teacher said that the murderer was from the shooting sun god mountain, but he didn't give us any evidence at first. When the disciples of the Gui Yuan sect created a ruckus, your teacher said that the murderer would be revealed on the 9th day of the 12th lunar month. He seemed very confident. If he dared to say that the murderer would be revealed on the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, he should have found something. Otherwise, why would he announce it so confidently? However, he didn't tell us. We only found out that the murderer was from the shooting sun god mountain on the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, when your teacher told the hundreds of thousands of disciples. Shan, don't you think it's strange? Li Jun looked at Tung Shan and said suspiciously, Shan, could it be that your teacher is using Shan? You don't think too much. Tung Shan smiled and held Li Jun's hand. Teacher didn't give you any evidence, but he told me about it. Let's go and see Hongwu. By the way, we came to Yong and County to propose a marriage for Hongwu. Let's go and discuss it with Hongwu. Propose marriage? Little Ru is a good child. It's time for us to propose marriage for Hongwu. Li Jun and Tung Shan immediately walked towards the place where Hongwu practiced his fist art. Chapter 1. Chapter 591. At noon that day, on the city wall of the South City Gate of Yangon County, the cold wind was biting cold. Zhuge Yuanhong stood on top of the city wall, watching the blood-red torrent of cavalry leave quickly, but his expression was very serious. Father, what are you unhappy about? Tell me. Zhuge Yun, who was next to him, said after observing his father's expression. Yes, nothing. Zhuge Yuanhong shook his head. Just now, after Tung Shan returned, Zhuge Yuanhong transmitted his voice to ask, and the answer he received was, Shun Gongfu and the shooting sun Heavenly Wolf are both dead. Only then did Zhuge Yuanhong feel at ease to send out the army. At the same time, Zhuge Yuanhong also felt a little helpless in his heart. Presumably, Shan has also guessed that I have no evidence, and it's just empty talk. He indeed did not find any conclusive evidence. When Tung Shan asked, is the shooting sun god mountain really the mastermind behind this? Zhuge Yuanhong knew that Tung Shan had guessed the mystery. Although Tung Shan was not good at scheming, he was also an extremely intelligent person. Neither the master nor the disciple spoke of the matter, but they both understood. Shan, for the sake of my Gui Yuan sect, I'm sorry. Zhuge Yuanhong silently said in his heart, as long as we occupy Yinzhou, the land of Yinzhou and the 8 counties of Yangzhou, we will have hundreds of millions of people under our jurisdiction. My Gui Yuan sect will only need 100 years to become a truly powerful super sect. At that time, we won't need to rely on Shan. On the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, the long gang army of the Gui Yuan sect set off. Soon, sect master Zhuge himself, after arranging many matters, also personally went to meet up with the Long Gang army. He presided over the Long Gang army, destroying everything along the way. Some of the Black Armored Corps, as well as a large number of ordinary troops, were also quickly mobilized, heading towards the territory of Yinzhou. For a moment, the eyes of the entire 9 prefectures were gathered here. Although a war broke out, a joyous event happened in Yong'an County. The founding master of the internal martial art, Tung Shan, actually proposed to the Lei clan in the county city of Yong'an County on behalf of his son. The Lei clan also happily agreed. The 2 sides also set a date for the wedding, the 18th day of the 1st month. In Yong'an County, there were many carriages parked outside the Lei family mansion. I truly never expected that Lei Luotian would be able to turn things around one day. Inside a luxurious carriage, 2 men wearing black fox fur coats and purple fur coats were conversing. Ever since his brother and sister-in-law died, the Lei family has suffered a disastrous decline. He hadn't expected Lei Luotian to be under his big brother's protection. Even the daughter his brother left behind is helping Lei Luotian. This is called lucky. I've seen that little girl last time. She's soft and weak. I didn't expect her to marry into Tung Qingshan's family and become their daughter-in-law. This time, the Lei clan is really going to strike it rich. It was obvious that these two men lived like princes. There were two famous salt merchants in Yangzhou. Although there were only a dozen guards outside the luxurious carriage, all of them were first-rated warriors. Every single first-rated warrior had cost the two salt merchants a lot of money in order to invite them. The two of them together had more than a dozen first-rated warriors as guards. Ordinary salt merchants couldn't compare to them. "Master, we've arrived." The carriage stopped. "We've arrived. Let's go," the man wearing the black fox fur coat said with a smile. I didn't expect that I would be on good terms with Lei Luotian. The man wearing the purple fur coat shook his head and smiled bitterly. Generations of hard work can't compare to this daughter's marriage. That depends on whose family she marries. After these two rich merchants got off the carriage, the surrounding guards immediately gathered around them. "TSK, TSK. Look, there are so many carriages at the entrance. And it seems that they are not ordinary families. The current Lei clan is not the Lei clan of the past. You and I are late." The two rich merchants looked at each other and smiled. They led their subordinates towards the entrance of the Lei clan mansion. In the land of the 9 prefectures, to ordinary people, the great salt merchants were extraordinary figures. Even when Tongjia village was not prosperous, the leader of the guards under the command of a great salt merchant made Tongjia village cautious. Even when the silver used to forge weapons was stolen, Tongjia village could only endure. Not to mention the extremely wealthy salt merchants. However, nowadays, these great salt merchants had to curry favor even with the in-laws of Tung Qingshan. After all, with their status, they didn't have the qualifications to befriend Tung Qingshan, who stood at the peak of the land of the 9 prefectures. They could only settle for the second best and befriend the in-laws of Tung Qingshan. On the 19th day of the first month, "Father, mother, drink some tea." Tung Qingshan and his wife, Li Jun, sat on chairs while his new wife, accompanied by her husband, Hongwu, came to serve tea. Yes, Tung Qingshan and Li Jun each took a cup of tea. "Hongwu, take Lil Ru with you." Li Jun saw that her new wife was a little nervous and ordered. Yes, Hongwu left with his new wife. After a while, Tung Qingshan and Li Jun also arrived at the training field of the East Flower Garden. At this moment, the East Flower Garden still had many paper scraps and cloth strips left from yesterday's bustling event. Yesterday was his son's wedding. Many people in the land of the 9 prefectures who were friends with Tung Qingshan all came to drink a cup of wine. "Sovereign Tung." A hearty voice sounded. Tung Qingshan turned his head and saw a burly man with a face like steel needles walk over with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, "I have disturbed you for a long time. Little Ru's wedding has been arranged. I am here to bid farewell to Sovereign Tung." "Brother Luotian, why are you in such a hurry?" Tung Qingshan smiled and said, "Stay for a few more days. There are many places around the Great Yin Mountain that you haven't been to." "No, I still have things to do at home." Lei Luotian chuckled. This burly man seemed to be older than Tung Qingshan. However, Lei Luotian was only around 30 years old. He was indeed younger than Tung Qingshan. However, Tung Qingshan's appearance was no different from that of a person in his 20s. Every time Lei Luotian thought of this, he would exclaim in admiration, "This is a true expert. At first glance, he looks like an ordinary person. Who would know that he is Tung Qingshan? I didn't expect that old Lei, would talk to Tung Qingshan and even call him brother." When Lei Luotian was still a teenager, Tung Qingshan's name had already spread throughout the world. "If that is the case, I won't ask you to stay," Tung Qingshan said with a smile. Then, he watched as the burly man left. "Little June, Hongwu's wedding has been arranged. I can also cultivate in peace," Tung Qingshan said with a smile. "Qingshan, I am worried about one thing," Li Jun said with a frown. Li Jun frowned and said, "According to what you said, Qingshan, last December, Although the shooting sun god mountain was the one who poisoned my son in Yoan County, the golden masked man was the one who came up with the idea. This golden masked man, Qing Shan, I feel that he is haunting me. I can't feel at ease. I can't feel at ease either. However, I can't do anything about it. This man is too cautious. I can't find him at all. Tung Qing Shan shook his head. Little June, don't worry. Hongwu and Linlin are both in the Xingyi sect. What are you worried about? We are in the light, and he is in the dark. We can only deal with the changes by remaining calm. The Xingyi sect is impregnable. As long as this golden masked man, who seems to be Gu Yong, makes a move, I will seize the opportunity and kill him. When that time comes, I will definitely unmask him. I will see if he is really Gu Yong. Tung Qing Shan said in a deep voice. After all, Tung Qing Shan was only guessing the golden masked man's identity. No matter how confident he couldn't be sure until he saw the face behind the mask. In the boundless desert of the western region, under the sunlight, the desert seemed to distort. A caravan was moving slowly in the desert. These people were all riding on camels and moving forward slowly. There seems to be someone over there. You must be seeing things. Where did he come from? It's true. There's only one. He disappeared in a flash. You must be seeing things. Last time I saw a mountain. When I got closer, there was no mountain. The people in the caravan were chatting casually. 50 li away from them, there was indeed a mysterious figure wearing a black cloak and a golden mask. Every time he flashed, he would cover a distance of 100 zhang. After 2 flashes, he disappeared from their sight. This is the only thing I can do now. The black-cloaked, golden-masked man's eyes were cold. As he hurried along, he thought to himself, I have thought of all kinds of methods, but none of them worked. When the shooting sun god mountain killed Tung Hongwu with poison, the heavens really favored Tung Qing Shan. Tung Qing Shan actually went to Yong and County City at that time. In the entire world, I can bewitch or ask, but I can't kill Tung Qing Shan. I can't ask or bewitch anyone who can kill Tung Qing Shan. The black-cloaked, golden-masked man was in great pain. He had thought of ways to deal with the Mani Temple and the Ying family in the land of the 9 prefectures. He had even gone to many islands in the East Sea to look for real experts. Unfortunately, none of his attempts succeeded. For example, the strongest emptiness realm demonic beast in the barbarian tribe temple, the black demonic dragon, was extremely powerful. However, after staying in the barbarian tribe temple for more than 10 years, the black demonic dragon didn't pay any attention to him. He only had a friendly relationship with the demon beast, Black Crow, and they had become good friends. Put yourself in a desperate situation and then live. It's worth it to exchange my life for Tung Qing Shan's. This time, this is the last move. 2 attempts to kill. I don't know if I can succeed. If I fail, I will die. If I die, then so be it. I can't take revenge, even if I live. It's just torture. The black-cloaked, golden-masked man's eyes were cold. Soon, his figure disappeared at the end of the western desert. In the depths of the western desert, there were many kingdoms built in the desert. Of course, there were also some oases in the desert. One of the larger oases was the royal city of Dashar Kingdom. A building with a yellow dome was built in the style of the Mani Temple. It was called the Godly Palace by the people of the royal city. From afar, it looked like a yellow dome building. However, when one walked in, one would realize that it was a group of palaces that occupied a large area. However, the yellow dome Godly Palace was the tallest. In front of the Godly Palace, there was a large pool. The precious water source in the desert was flowing here. Sovereign! Sovereign! In the Godly Palace, the young ladies who were dressed in the style of the western region bowed respectfully. Pei San, who was wearing a loose yellow robe, walked into the Godly Palace with Meng Duan following him. At this moment, Sovereign, Sovereign, a person ran in from outside. Pei San looked at him. The western region old man with naturally curled hair hastily said respectfully, Palace Master, the golden-masked guest who came to our place as a guest has left. However, before he left behind a letter. Oh, Pei San was moved. With a wave of his hand, the letter in the hands of the elder from the western region floated into Pei San's hand. He took out the letter and opened it. Sovereign Pei, I lied before. The stone tablet that recorded the secrets written by the omnipotent expert Li Tai is missing. However, I found it. If you want this stone tablet, bring Tung Qingshan's head to the barbarian tribe temple and exchange it with me. When I see Tung Qingshan's head, I will offer it to you with both hands. 2 chapters completed. Brothers, do you have monthly tickets? I really want monthly tickets. Chapter 592. The Omnipotent Stone Tablet. A cold glint flashed across Pei San's eyes. It was as cold as the reflection of a blade. The elder from the western region and the 2 ladies from the western region who were standing at the entrance of the godly palace turned pale when they sensed Pei San's murderous aura. The 2 ladies even felt their legs turn to jelly. Seeing this, Meng Duan, who was confused, said softly, Sovereign, let's enter the godly palace. Okay. Pei San nodded. He waved his sleeve and entered the godly palace with Meng Duan. The second floor of the godly palace was spacious but empty. In a room with only a red carpet, Pei San sat cross-legged while Meng Duan knelt beside him. This Jin Sheng is interesting. Pei San revealed a smile. Sovereign, what happened to Jin Sheng? Meng Duan asked. For the past 20 years, Meng Duan had always been by Pei San's side. Although she was not officially Pei San's woman, everyone in the Heavenly God Palace treated Meng Duan as Pei San's woman. After being together for so many years, Pei San was very close to this personal maid. Duan, take a look. Pei San smiled and handed the letter over. Meng Duan took the letter and looked down. She was shocked. She knew what the omnipotent stone tablet was. Some time ago, a mysterious emptiness realm expert named Jin Sheng, who came from the barbarian tribe temple but always wore a golden mask, visited the Heavenly God Palace and lived here for a long time. At that time, Pei San only asked a few questions and confirmed that Jin Sheng was indeed an elder of the barbarian tribe temple. Therefore, he treated Jin Sheng politely. During their few interactions, Jin Sheng mentioned a legendary stone tablet. This stone tablet was left behind by the poetic sword god, Li Tai after he became an omnipotent expert. Li Tai was good at calligraphy and poetry after he became an omnipotent expert. How could the stone tablet he wrote be ordinary? Meng Duan knew that Pei San really wanted that stone tablet. Reading a godly-level secret tome is just a description of the moves and insights left behind by the predecessors. Pei San sighed. Li Tai's calligraphy is the best in the world. His omnipotent Tao can be transmitted through his calligraphy. If I can have a look at the mysterious stone tablet he left behind. Pei San did not know that there was actually a stone wall called the Celestial Jade Annulus on the distant Bright Moon Island. Palace Mistress, this Tung Qingshan, do you want it? Meng Duan asked hesitantly. Duan, what do you think? Pei San said with a smile. Meng Duan shook her head and said, Duan doesn't know. This Ting Qingshan has little Blue's mother behind him. Killing him will be a big trouble. Pei San smiled but didn't say anything. The next morning, screech, a high-pitched screech could be heard. In the ancient royal city of Daesar Kingdom, a gigantic godly hawk soared into the sky. After that, a person dressed in a light yellow long robe also soared into the sky. The 2 of them merged into one. Pei San smiled as he stepped on the godly thunderbolt hawk and screeched. The godly thunderbolt hawk understood the instructions and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning. Like a thunderbolt, it quickly disappeared into the southeast horizon. Xing Yi sect, Great Yin Mountain. Now is the time for growth. The entire Xing Yi sect was filled with boundless vitality. The sounds of hundreds of thousands of disciples practicing martial arts could be heard, shaking the entire Great Yin Mountain. Han Wu, who was wearing an undershirt, was practicing martial arts seriously on the training field of the East Flower Garden. His newlywed wife, Xiaoru, sat at the side and watched quietly. Occasionally, a sweet smile would appear on her face. Brother Han Wu, rest for a while. You can practice later. Seeing her husband stop, Xiaoru carried a teacup to him. It's okay. Hongwu drank a cup of tea and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He smiled and shook his head. I have only practiced for 2 hours. I don't need a rest. Look at my father. He has been in the training room for 12 days. He is still practicing. Hearing this, Lei Xiaoru couldn't help but nod and look at the huge, custom-made training room in the distance. The pitch-black, completely sealed, huge training room was like a huge iron stove. Boom, boom. Faintly, the sound of tremors that made people's hearts palpitate came from the training room. In the training room, the huge stone door was tightly shut. Although it was tightly shut, there was still a faint ray of light shining in. In the pitch-black training room, the faint ray of light made a blurry figure vaguely visible. Rumble, phew. Sometimes there was a rumbling sound, and sometimes there was the sound of strong wind blowing. One could vaguely see a figure in trousers and a half-naked upper body practicing his fist technique. His fist technique was always the same as the 3 postures, but the sweat on his body had evaporated in a mist and hovered around him. When the preparatory stance was executed, the airflow in the entire training room seemed to surge and gather towards Tung Qingshan. He stepped forward and punched. As soon as he took a step forward, the training room suddenly shook. When he punched, the entire space rumbled as if the thunder god was angry. Just like that preparatory stance. Step forward and punch. Another preparatory stance. Step forward and punch. One was accumulating power, and the other was exploding. One was accumulating power, and the other was accumulating power. The other was exploding with power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Vaguely, in the dark training room, Tung Qingshan, who was practicing martial arts, was like Pangu in the primal chaos, accumulating power and exploding power. Rumble, Tung Qingshan punched again. This was the 9th time he practiced the 3 postures since he started his secluded cultivation. He had practiced for more than 40 hours this time without stopping. In the darkness, when Tung Qingshan was practicing the preparatory stance, his eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake. However, when he stepped forward and punched, his eyes were as fierce as a wild beast that wanted to tear the heavens and the earth apart. Tung Qingshan's eyes, aura, and even his temperament were constantly changing as he practiced. Sometimes he would be full of life, and sometimes he would be full of killing intent. I can feel it. I want to break through from the initial attainment of the insightful emptiness realm to the culmination of the insightful emptiness realm. I must figure out the method of transforming the 5 elements into the Daos of life and death from the 3 postures. Tung Qingshan thought to himself. Fortunately, I comprehended the Daos of life and death when I was in the emptiness realm. How can I transform my 5 elemental power of the world into the power of the world of life and death? Actually, when he was practicing martial arts, especially when he was practicing the 3 postures in secluded cultivation, Tung Qingshan was pleasantly surprised to find that, when he was practicing the 3 postures, the power of the 5 colors, which was originally flowing slowly like mercury in the world of his Naiwan palace, actually produced a wisp of smoke-like black gas. At this moment, it actually produced a wisp of smoke-like black gas. He could clearly feel that the world energy contained in this black gas was even more condensed than the power of the 5-colored world. At that moment, Tung Qingshan understood. The path he was going to take now was to transform the power of the 5 elemental power into the power of the world of life and death. The 3 postures are indeed the origin of the Xing-Yi martial arts, which the ancestors of the Xing-Yi martial arts have spent thousands of years to figure out. Tung Qingshan thought to himself, it is indeed mysterious and unfathomable. One more step, and I will reach the culmination of the insightful emptiness realm. Tung Qingshan kept practicing and trying to understand the profoundness of the 3 postures. In both his previous and current lives, from when he first discovered the internal martial arts to when he reached the insightful emptiness realm, Tung Qingshan still felt that every time he practiced the 3 postures, he would gain something. Phew, The strong wind whistled and gathered between Tung Chingshan's hands like a whirlpool. Boom! Once again, the wind exploded violently. Tung Chingshan was like a demon. He kept practicing in the dark cultivation room, causing the entire cultivation room to tremble. Suddenly, the fist art stopped, and so did the sound of the strong wind and the rumbling. What is Payson doing here? When Tung Chingshan used the power of the world, he found two emptiness realm experts. One of them was the godly Thunderbolt Hawk. The other one was the godly Thunderbolt Hawk. Tung Chingshan's power of the world was resisted. Before he could see the face of that person, his power of the world was blocked. The uniqueness of that person's power of the world allowed Tung Chingshan to instantly determine that this person was the sovereign of the heavenly god palace, Paysan. When he knew that Paysan was here, he stopped practicing. The sweat on Tung Chingshan's body instantly evaporated. Then, Tung Chingshan put on his clothes and the reincarnation armor. He held the reincarnation spear in his hand and opened the huge stone door of the cultivation room. Phew! The godly Thunderbolt Hawk swooped down from the sky and flew toward the East Flower Garden of the Shingi sect. Who is this? Insightful emptiness realm. Paysan, who had a calm expression on his face, was shocked. There shouldn't be an insightful emptiness realm expert in the Shingi sect. How could it be? Who is this person? His power of the world has obviously reached the insightful emptiness realm. It shouldn't be Tung Chingshan. Even if Tung Chingshan reached the insightful emptiness realm, he shouldn't have reached the insightful emptiness realm so quickly. When Tung Chingshan's son got married, Tung Chingshan didn't send invitations to the various sections. After all, compared to the establishment of a sect, there was no need for his son's marriage to attract the attention of many experts in the land of the 9 prefectures. In the past 20 years, Payson had only been here once when the sect was established. He hadn't been here during the other times. Therefore, he didn't know that Tung Chingshan had reached the insightful emptiness realm. However, according to the information he received, Tung Chingshan was only an emptiness realm expert. Tung Chingshan had only reached the emptiness realm culmination not long ago. Screech, roar, 2 emptiness realm demonic beasts instantly gathered outside the cultivation room of the East Flower Garden. They were the 6-legged blade-like Chi, which was covered in scales and had blood-red eyes, and the undying phoenix, whose entire body seemed to be covered in flames. The 2 emptiness realm demonic beasts stared vigilantly at the godly Thunderbolt Hawk and Paysan, who had landed outside the cultivation room. Paysan's gaze was fixed on the stone door of the cultivation room. Rumble, the 2 huge stone doors slowly opened to both sides. In the darkness, a blurry figure wearing a white cloak walked out, holding a long spear with a red tassel in his hand. Father, Chingshan, Li Jun and Hongwu walked over. Tung Chingshan, is it really you? Paysan looked at Tung Chingshan and couldn't help but feel surprised. He had long regarded Tung Chingshan as a genius. However, Tung Chingshan had been stuck in the Tao of wood elemental wood for a long time and hadn't made a breakthrough. This made Paysan shake his head inwardly. He thought that Tung Chingshan would encounter difficulties. It hasn't been long since Tung Chingshan reached the emptiness realm culmination. Paysan thought to himself. Sovereign Pei. Tung Chingshan cupped his hands and said with a smile, May I know why Sovereign Pei is here? Paysan smiled. Phew! Tung Chingshan's figure instantly disappeared. Chapter 1. Chapter 593. Tung Chingshan didn't have time to think about why Paysan suddenly attacked, because Paysan's hand had already slashed towards him. Clang! The reincarnation spear in Tung Chingshan's hand collided with Paysan's attack. He felt an invincible force passing through the spear shaft. Tung Chingshan couldn't help but fly backwards. However, Paysan continued to pounce towards him. Tung Chingshan's pupils shrank as he thought to himself, Oh no! The reincarnation spear stabbed into the corner of the cultivation room, creating a large hole in the wall. This allowed Tung Chingshan to flip and fly several zhang into the air. Whoosh! Pei San immediately chased after Tung Qingshan. Father, Sovereign, Sovereign, what are you doing? Li Jun raised her head and shouted anxiously. Han Wu, who was beside her, also looked worried. In midair, just as Tung Qingshan was about to ask, Pei San smiled ferociously. His eyes glowed with a crazed light like that of a wild beast. Roar! The roar of a huge bear sounded out of nowhere. At the same time, a faint shadow of a huge bear appeared on the surface of Pei San's body. Sovereign Pei, Tung Qingshan was about to speak when Pei San grinned and said, "Take my second move." Immediately after, Pei San raised his right palm high up like a clumsy bear raising its paw. However, Pei San, this huge bear, made Tung Qingshan feel a suffocating pressure. It was as if he was facing the honorable bear of Emperor Yu's hall. As for the huge, dark golden palm, it instantly caused the surrounding power of the heavens and earth to avoid it in fear. Just one palm, a seemingly clumsy palm. I want to see how strong you are, Tung Qingshan thought to himself. He clenched his teeth and spun the reincarnation spear in his hand. The 5-colored rays in his body rotated and merged with the reincarnation spear. For a moment, the reincarnation spear became dazzling. The 5-colored rays rotated continuously, and only a blue light shone at the tip of the spear. Instantly, the spear seemed to have transformed into a long spear amidst the surging waves. This was the first time Tung Qingshan had unleashed his ultimate skill after attaining the initial completion of the insightful Void Realm. The palm and the reincarnation spear collided. Pung! Tung Qingshan felt a suffocation in his chest, and his ears were ringing. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts were exploding in his ears. Pooh! Unable to restrain himself, Tung Qingshan spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, and then he was sent flying at an extremely fast speed. Li Jun and Han Wu, who were in the East Flower Garden, saw the two beams of light collide with each other. One of them was a colorful light. One was a grayish light. One collision. The powerful shockwave caused the entire space to churn like waves and spread in all directions. Even the power of the heavens and the earth in the land of the 9 prefectures became chaotic. The undying phoenix and the 6-legged blade-like Qi, who were already in midair, blocked the terrifying shockwave. Whoosh! Endless flames spread out from the immortal phoenix's wings, and a sea of fire appeared in the sky above the East Flower Garden. The undying phoenix blocked the terrifying shockwave. However, the shockwave spread in all directions. Although the shockwave blocked the East Flower Garden and the Xing-Yi sect, the shockwave still affected the Great Yin Mountain. For a moment, the towering trees and a large number of rocks were shattered into pieces, and the ground within a radius of 1 li seemed to have been shaved off. Father, Qingshan, Li Jun and Han Wu could clearly see the blood that was spurting out. Screech! After the undying phoenix blocked the shockwave, it screeched and flew rapidly toward Tung Qingshan and Pei San. Ever since Tung Qingshan attained the Emptiness Realm, he had encountered many opponents. However, none of them were much stronger than him. Therefore, Tung Qingshan had never felt that there was a huge gap between him and Pei San. Now, he finally understood why Pei San was able to easily strike the Hong Tian godly armor, which was second only to the paramount battle armor. Furthermore, Pei San had almost killed Yu Shijin. What a terrifying strength! So powerful. Why is there such a huge gap between us? Not only did Tung Qingshan spit out blood, but blood also seeped out his ears. In the first move, Pei San had only reminded Tung Qingshan to prepare for battle. He had not used his true strength. In the second move, Pei San had used his true strength. Take my third move. A loud and clear voice rang in Tung Qingshan's mind. At this moment, Pei San's aura, which was filled with the aura of a wild beast, changed drastically. He looked like an enlightened monk as he walked toward Tung Qingshan with a smile on his face. His smile seemed to have a mesmerizing charm, causing people to be immersed in his smile. This time, he clasped his hands in front of his chest. He flipped his right palm, and a huge seal pressed down on Tung Chingshan. Bang! This palm contained a Zen mantra. When faced with this palm, Tung Chingshan felt as if the sky had suddenly darkened. The huge seal had completely blocked the sky. The unparalleled power that covered the sky and the earth caused Tung Chingshan's heart to tremble. Beside Tung Chingshan's ears, he could faintly hear the indistinct voices of countless monks. This palm, I can't take it. Tung Chingshan's body turned into a beam of colorful light and shot away. You, the undying phoenix, glided over, and Tung Chingshan landed on the back of the undying phoenix. Payson actually flipped his hand and withdrew his palm after he struck out with this enormous palm that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. This scene made Tung Chingshan's facial expression change drastically. This Paysan is more powerful than me. The more powerful a move was, the harder it was to withdraw it. For example, an ordinary person with a strength of a few hundred jin could instantly stop and withdraw his saber that weighed over 10 jin. However, if the person wielded a saber that weighed over 100 jin, he couldn't withdraw it even if he wanted to. Tung Chingshan's ultimate move, the 5-elemental toxic dragon drill, couldn't be withdrawn easily. However, Payson was able to easily withdraw his palm. Paysan's palm strike just now was not his limit. Tung Chingshan came to his senses. Initially, he thought that since he had reached the insightful emptiness realm, even if he was no match for Paysan, he would still be able to tangle with him for a while. But who would have thought that he was no match for them at all? Complete insightful emptiness realm is different from initial insightful emptiness realm. He is indeed much stronger. After the momentary shock, Tung Chingshan was filled with endless motivation. No matter how powerful a powerhouse is, he or she has become stronger step by step from being weak. Payson started cultivating many years earlier than me. Wait until I understand the 3 postures and reach the culmination of the insightful emptiness realm. At that time, I will definitely be able to compete with him. Tung Chingshan looked at Paysan and showed a rare smile. Tung Chingshan, whose mouth and ears were bloodshot, laughed. This scene caused Paysan to shake his head and laugh. This brat, Tung Chingshan, the undying phoenix, Paysan, the godly thunderbolt hawk, and the 6-legged blade-like Chi all returned to the East Flower Garden. Chingshan, are you all right? Li Jun asked worriedly. I'm fine. Tung Chingshan smiled. Although he was injured by the second move, his perfect body could easily control the injuries. Moreover, he recovered quickly under the nourishment of the power of his world. Sovereign Pei, why did you suddenly attack? Tung Chingshan frowned. The speed of an insightful emptiness realm expert was equal. He could dodge and escape, and Payson wouldn't be able to catch up. If he wanted to kill Tung Chingshan, first, he had to lure the undying phoenix away. Or he could wait until Tung Chingshan and the undying phoenix were not together. First, he had to make sure that Tung Chingshan couldn't escape. Then, he could kill Tung Chingshan. Nothing. Paysan smiled as he looked at Tung Chingshan and said, I was just surprised to see that you reached the insightful emptiness realm so quickly. Moreover, you have reached the initial stage of the insightful emptiness realm. I was very surprised. Therefore, I decided to attack to see how strong you are. Payson didn't come to kill Tung Chingshan. If he really wanted to kill Tung Chingshan, he wouldn't do it so carelessly. Tung Chingshan couldn't help but smile helplessly. However, this fight made Tung Chingshan realize that he shouldn't be arrogant and complacent. He still had a long way to go. Sovereign, why are you here? Tung Chingshan asked confusedly. Look, Payson took out a piece of paper and threw it to Tung Chingshan. Tung Chingshan caught it and looked down. He was shocked. He knew that Payson didn't come to kill him. After all, Payson couldn't kill him if the undying phoenix was alone. Tung Chingshan looked at Tung Chingshan and asked, Sovereign Pei, who wants my head? Don't you know who has a grudge against you? Payson asked. Tung Chingshan suddenly thought of something and said, Is it an emptiness realm expert named Jin Sheng who wears a golden mask? Yes, it's him. Pei Sin nodded. Jin Sheng? Li Jun's facial expression changed. She hastily walked over and asked, Qing Shan? That person again? Look, Tung Qing Shan handed the piece of paper to Li Jun. If there was one person that Tung Qing Shan and Li Jun wanted to kill the most, it would be this foreign elder of the barbarian tribe temple who was suspected to be Gu Yong, but had changed his name to Jin Sheng. This person is stirring up trouble again. A murderous look appeared on Li Jun's face. She hated this person to the core. He coveted her daughter and son, and he even wanted to destroy the Xing Yi sect. Now, he even attacked Tung Qing Shan. Li Jun could not tolerate every move that Tung Qing Shan made. Sovereign Pei, why are you here? Tung Qing Shan asked. I don't want to kill you. Pei Sin smiled and said, however, I really want the stone tablet left behind by the omnipotent expert. This stone tablet is now in the hands of this person named Jin Sheng. He is now in the barbarian tribe temple and wants to take the stone tablet of the omnipotent expert. It is very difficult. Tung Qing Shan, you want to kill him as well. Do you understand what I mean? Tung Qing Shan smiled and said, Sovereign Pei, when are you leaving? Pei San's smile became even brighter as he said, there is no time to lose. It is best to leave now. All right. Last time I went to the barbarian tribe temple, I didn't find that guy. Since he's there right now, I'll make a trip there. I want to see exactly what's underneath that mask of his. The murderous intent in Tung Qing Shan's heart continued to rise. The mysterious man with the golden mask was Tung Qing Shan's sore spot. If he did not get rid of that man, he would not feel at ease. However, the barbarian tribe temple was obviously very powerful. This time, since Pei Sin wanted to take the stone tablet of the omnipotent expert, Tung Qing Shan naturally did not mind going along with him. Little June, I will go to the barbarian tribe temple and settle this matter. Tung Qing Shan turned and said, Okay, be careful. Li Jun hastily reminded. Tung Qing Shan smiled and called the undying phoenix. Whoosh, whoosh. Tung Qing Shan and Pei San leaped onto the undying phoenix and the godly thunderbolt hawk respectively. Then, they transformed into a fiery light and a lightning light and disappeared into the southern horizon. Chapter 2. Chapter 594. In the depths of the wildlands, in the heart of the forest where the barbarian tribe, giant tribe, lived, there was an ancient, dark red building. This was the holy land of the barbarian tribe, the divine temple. In the middle of the vast, empty space of the temple, there was a huge cauldron. This was one of the 9 cauldrons forged by Emperor Yu. The sunlight shone through the dense leaves of the towering tree, and only a small amount of light shone down. Under the cover of the trees in the forest, the temple appeared very quiet. Every 7 days, there would be a day of baptism in the temple. On the day of the baptism, all the newborn babies in the barbarian tribe would be sent to be baptized on that day. Only a baby who had been baptized was a true barbarian. Elder, the bald giant, who was 8 feet tall, was walking in the temple. All the barbarians who saw him would respectfully salute him. Their eyes were filled with an unconcealable passion. Yes, the bald demon godlike figure walked toward the 9-continent cauldron. Suddenly, his expression changed. Roar! The bald giant immediately let out a deep roar. Although the roar was deep, it was extremely resounding. It sounded like muffled thunder in the sky, and it could be heard hundreds of kilometers away, in the air in front of the temple. The undying phoenix, which was engulfed in flames, and the godly thunderbolt hawk, which had electric arcs flowing around it, hovered in the sky. Tung Qing Shan and Pei Sin lowered their heads and looked down. What a loud voice! Tung Qing Shan heard the bald giant roar. Did you hear that? Pei Sin smiled and said, That baldy is summoning an emptiness realm demonic beast. When they sensed that we were at the insightful emptiness realm, they became afraid. The 2 insightful emptiness realm experts had joined forces. Even the most ancient barbarian tribe temple was terrified. Rays of light flashed, and the gigantic figure of the Emptiness Realm demonic beast soared into the sky. The Emptiness Realm expert and the Emptiness Realm demonic beast of the barbarian tribe temple had finally appeared. The most eye-catching thing was naturally the giant black centipede with a shiny body, which was spiraling in the air. The three barbarian elders stood on the back of the centipede. "It's you." The bald giant was shocked. "Insightful, Emptiness Realm." The silver-haired old man and the skinny old man covered in wrinkles looked at Tung Qingshan in shock. Just last year, Tung Qingshan came to the barbarian tribe temple. At that time, Tung Qingshan was only at Emptiness Realm culmination. This year, he had actually reached the insightful Emptiness Realm. It was extremely difficult to reach the insightful Emptiness Realm after attaining Emptiness Realm culmination. "Yes, it's me. I'm here again." Tung Qingshan smiled. At the same time, he turned and asked Pei San, "Sovereign Pei, have you found Jin Sheng?" "Sovereign Tung, Jin Sheng is down there," Pei San said with a smile. "Oh." Tung Qingshan's power of the world spread out and swept through the barbarian tribe temple below. He immediately found the mysterious black-robed man wearing a golden mask. The golden-masked man leaped onto the back of the black bird demonic beast. In the blink of an eye, he flew to the side of the three elders of the barbarian tribe temple. "Great Elder." The golden-masked man nodded slightly to the other three. Swoosh! A huge purple figure appeared beside the black centipede. It was the purple-haired godly ape that was 10 zhang tall. The purple-haired godly ape glanced at Tung Qingshan and Pei San. The hair on its head stood up. It bared its teeth and let out a hissing sound. It seemed like it was trying to intimidate Tung Qingshan and Pei San. The purple-haired godly ape also realized that Tung Qingshan and Pei San were not easy to deal with. Qingshan, among the three demonic beasts, the purple-haired godly ape is the hardest to deal with. Pei San said with the use of the sound transmission technique. "Yes, there is also a black demonic dragon. However, it is not here today." As Tung Qingshan spoke, his eyes fell on the golden-masked man. He studied the man carefully, but he could not identify the man. Moreover, the man was surrounded by the power of the heavens and earth, which prevented Tung Qingshan from looking deeper. Tung Qingshan could not identify the man just by sensing his aura. "Elders, I was the one who caused this calamity. This man, who was wearing a white robe and holding a long spear, is called Tung Qingshan. He took the opportunity when I left my hometown and came to the boorish desolate. He massacred my family. This kind of hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. However, I am ashamed to have disturbed the godly temple." The golden-masked man bowed solemnly. Then he straightened his body and said, "This Tung Qingshan is very powerful. I have already given up on revenge and returned to the godly temple to meditate. However, I did not expect that they would still come after me. Since I'm the one who caused this disaster, let me bear it. I have no other request. I only hope that the three elders can take care of the 13 children that I adopted." The golden-masked man bowed again. Whoosh! Then he dashed toward Tung Qingshan. "Elder Jin." A strong hand suddenly blocked the golden-masked man. The bald man glared at the golden-masked man and shouted, "Elder Jin, who do you think the barbarian tribe is? Over the past 10 years, we have seen how much you have done for the barbarian tribe. Elder Jin, you have personally taken care of the 13 children. These two people will not hurt you in the godly temple of the barbarian tribe. Elder Jin, please step back." The silver-haired barbarian elder said, "Leave it to us." The skinny elder looked at Tung Qingshan and Pei San, who were standing on the backs of the undying phoenix and the godly thunderbolt hawk. "Tung Qingshan, last time you came to the godly temple of the barbarian tribe, we let you go. We let you go, and now Elder Jin has given up on revenge. Why are you still pestering us? Leave quickly and let this matter rest. Otherwise, do you know who this Jin Sheng is?" Tung Qingshan shouted coldly. What was he doing in the land of the 9 prefectures before he came to the godly temple? What did he do after he left the godly temple? Do you know? You have no idea. The three elders of the godly temple frowned slightly. Just because of what he said, you believe him so much? Tung Ching Shan said, Elders of the godly temple, I, Tung Ching Shan, admire the barbarian tribe very much. You were able to travel 10,000 li through the desolate land and settle down here. However, today, the life of this guy named Jin Sheng, whose real name is a mysterious person who can't be seen, is mine. Suddenly, Tung Ching Shan frowned slightly. A vigorous aura suddenly surged up from the ground, and then it spiraled in the air. The dragon scales on its body shone with a strange luster under the illumination of the light. The black demonic dragon glanced at Tung Ching Shan and Pei San with its huge eyes. Pei San's facial expression changed slightly as he said with the use of the sound transmission technique, I didn't expect this demonic dragon to be here. This is troublesome. Troublesome. Tung Ching Shan glanced at Pei San. Yes, Tung Ching Shan, I will stop this demonic dragon later. However, you'll have to deal with the other demonic beasts. Pei San said with the use of the sound transmission technique, use the undying phoenix's speed to capture Elder Jin Sheng as soon as possible. Tung Ching Shan looked at Pei San speechlessly. Pei San will stop the black demonic dragon, and I will deal with the rest? According to the demonic dragon, Violet Rain, the purple-haired godly ape's strength was very close to that of the black demonic dragon. Roar! The black demonic dragon let out a deep roar. Roar! The purple-haired godly ape also let out a threatening sound. The skinny elder's aura suddenly became stronger as he said with a loud voice, The godly dragon and the godly ape told you to leave quickly. Tung Ching Shan, I think you should leave quickly. The bald barbarian tribe giant and the silver-haired barbarian tribe elder were also very confident. They never doubted the strength of the black demonic dragon and the purple-haired godly ape. Tung Ching Shan and Pei San looked at each other. In the sky above the forest, Tung Ching Shan and Pei San were facing off against the barbarian tribe temple. Facing the threat of the godly dragon and the godly ape, Tung Ching Shan held the reincarnation spear and pointed it at the skinny elder. His loud voice echoed in the sky above the forest. Elders of the barbarian tribe temple, I respect the barbarian tribe temple. However, you are so stupid to listen to this despicable person. I have no choice. Now, I will give you two choices. Hand over Jin Sheng, or let's have a bloody battle. The faces of the three barbarian tribe temple elders darkened. Roar! The black demonic dragon raised its head high and stared at Tung Ching Shan and Pei San coldly. Ha! Big earthworm, be careful. I will tear you in half. Pei San pointed at the black demonic dragon and laughed. The three barbarian tribe temple elders were furious. The barbarian tribe temple and the godly beast of the barbarian tribe cannot be insulted. Anyone who insults the godly dragon must die. The bald barbarian tribe giant roared angrily. I have insulted it. Come and kill me. Pei San smiled provocatively. You are courting death. The faces of the three barbarian tribe temple elders darkened. Courting death? Then let's see who is stronger. A cold glint flashed in Tung Ching Shan's eyes, and he suddenly let out a cry. The undying phoenix flapped its wings and carried Tung Ching Shan on its back as it streaked across the sky like a beam of light. In an instant, it had already rushed into the camp of the barbarian tribe temple. Pei San laughed and said, Wait for me. The godly thunderbolt hawk also carried Pei San and rushed into the barbarian tribe temple's camp. Suddenly, the sky was in chaos. Phew, phew. The moment the undying phoenix rushed over, it opened its mouth and spat out a monstrous flame. A large amount of purple gold flame spread out, and the entire sky instantly turned into a sea of fire. At the same time, a purple gold flame flew towards the black-cloaked, golden-masked man. Whoosh! The giant black centipede easily resisted the monstrous flame. At the same time, the giant centipede swung its tail and stabbed towards Tung Ching Shan. Tung Shan's eyes were as sharp as knives. Get lost. Tung Shan raised the reincarnation spear with both of his hands and used the mountain-splitting technique. The reincarnation spear smashed the giant black centipede's tail, causing the entire body of the centipede to twitch. A stream of green blood seeped out from the cracks of its scales. The giant black centipede immediately slithered away. An insightful emptiness realm expert was not someone that who was slightly stronger than the black crow, could deal with. Bang! Not far away, Pei San and the purple-haired godly ape's fist collided with each other. A small fist and a big fist. A frontal attack. The violent shockwave caused the surrounding forest to turn into dust. Pei San was also sent flying. At this moment, a dragon roar was heard, and the black demonic dragon rushed towards Pei San. When the purple-haired godly ape saw this, it took a step in the air and moved 100 zhang away, arriving in front of Tung Shan. Hee! A roar was heard. The purple-haired godly ape lifted its foot, which was even bigger than Tung Shan's body, and stomped down. End of Chapter 3. Continue writing Chapter 4. Chapter 595. Let's see if your leg is harder or if the tip of my reincarnation spear is sharper. Tung Shan shrank his body and grabbed the reincarnation spear with both hands, pointing the spear upwards. Tung Shan didn't dodge at all. He allowed the huge foot to descend and step on the tip of the reincarnation spear. The reincarnation spear only left a white mark on the thick skin of the huge foot. Tung Shan's entire body was pushed down at an extremely fast speed. After breaking 2 huge trees, the trees collapsed. Tung Shan took 9 heavy steps in the forest below before he could completely dissipate the force of the impact. Tung Shan, don't compete with this big guy in brute force. I can't even win against him in a competition of brute force. Why are you still doing this? Pei San's laughter stopped abruptly. In midair, the black demonic dragon's claw sent Pei San flying backward. How dare you laugh at me? However, this big ape strength is really great. Tung Shan knew that the purple-haired godly ape was an extremely talented demonic beast. When it was at the Golden Dan innate realm, it already possessed great strength. Once it broke through to the emptiness realm, its body would undergo a qualitative transformation, and its physical strength would become even more astonishing. For example, the 6-legged blade-like Qi, which had just reached the emptiness realm, could already compete with the blind sword master, who had reached the emptiness realm culmination. Of course, it was at a disadvantage. However, it was still much stronger than an emptiness realm expert. Moreover, this big ape was as talented as the 6-legged blade-like Qi in addition. It had already reached the emptiness realm culmination. It was strong enough to fight against an insightful emptiness realm expert. The purple-haired godly ape emitted a strange sound. It lowered its body and swung its thick and powerful right arm. It was as if a huge pillar was swung at it. Puchi! Tung Shan drilled into the soil. The purple-haired godly ape turned its right arm and slammed the ground with its huge hairy palm. Rumble! The ground suddenly sank by over 100 feet, and the powerful vibrations contained within it even shattered the rocks beneath the palm into dust. Tung Shan, who was also underground, felt his body go numb. I don't believe that I can't defeat this big ape. His body is big, I am small. I'm not as fast as him, but he can't surpass me in terms of agility in a small area. While Tung Shan was in trouble, the undying phoenix and the godly thunderbolt hawk were also in trouble. The flames of the undying phoenix posed a great threat to human emptiness realm culmination experts. However, it was different for emptiness realm culmination demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were powerful in their bodies, which were much stronger than humans of the same level. Even the perfect body of an insightful emptiness realm expert was far inferior to the body of an emptiness realm demonic beast. His body's defense was strong, and he could control 100% of the power of heaven and earth. It was not difficult to resist the undying phoenix that had just entered the emptiness realm. The two emptiness realm culmination demonic beasts, the black crow and the giant centipede, were not afraid of the flames of the undying phoenix. Pa! The thunderbolts of the godly thunderbolt hawk could not harm these two emptiness realm culmination demonic beasts. It could not be helped. The godly thunderbolt hawk and the undying phoenix were not old. They had just entered the emptiness realm not long ago. As for the black crow and the black centipede, they were demonic beasts that had lived for thousands of years. You want to kill me? The golden masked man, who was protected by the black crow and the black centipede, sneered. These two demonic beasts have just entered the emptiness realm. They want to compete with two emptiness realm culmination demonic beasts? The golden masked man suddenly saw a beam of light dashing toward him from afar. It was one of the three elders who had escaped into the barbarian tribe temple. The skinny elder was now wearing a blood-red armor and a blood-red helmet. The moment the armor appeared, the golden masked man trembled. Whoosh! The great elder flew toward the undying phoenix and said with the use of the sound transmission technique, "Elder Jean, don't worry. Leave this troublesome, undying phoenix to me." The golden masked man cursed inwardly. Leave it to you? If I had this powerful armor, I would dare to go. That's right. The great elder of the barbarian tribe was wearing the most valuable treasure of the barbarian tribe temple, the slaughter armor. In the land of the 9 prefectures, there were only 4 omnipotent experts. Therefore, there were at most 4 sets of omnipotent armor. The other set was in Emperor Yu's hall. However, when Tung Qingshan fought his way to Emperor Yu's hall, the members of Emperor Yu's hall did not wear the omnipotent godly armor. Tung Qingshan had gone to Emperor Yu's hall to see the omnipotent godly armor. However, he did not see it. Tung Qingshan guessed that the omnipotent armor was most likely guarded by the Honorable Bear. The second set of omnipotent armor was naturally in the Ying family. The third set of omnipotent armor was undoubtedly in the Mani temple. As for whether the legendary poetic sword god, Li Tai Bai, had left behind the omnipotent armor was a secret. However, only a few people in the land of the 9 prefectures knew about this secret. In the past, Li Tai Bai did not have any disciples. However, when he reached the omnipotent realm, he gave his absolute art and the omnipotent armor to the barbarian tribe temple. The reason why the elders of the barbarian tribe temple could reach emptiness realm culmination so quickly was because of Li Tai Bai's absolute art, Green Lotus Sword Song. Although Li Tai Bai was a free and unfettered person, however, in the past, Li Tai Bai also died because of a disagreement, killing a person every 10 steps, invincible for 1,000 miles. This was what Li Tai Bai wrote back then. Killing people while drinking, wasn't it satisfying? His battle armor had absorbed a lot of fresh blood, and he named it the Slaughter Battle Armor. It was passed down in the barbarian tribe temple. The mysterious golden-masked man told Pei San that there was a stone tablet in the barbarian tribe temple. It was written by the poetic sword god, Li Tai Bai, after he reached the omnipotent realm. Pei San did not doubt this piece of information. This was because he knew that the barbarian tribe temple was most likely to have Li Tai Bai's relic. Phew! Seeing the elder of the barbarian tribe temple charging over, the undying phoenix spat out flames excitedly. Her flames were the most powerful against human emptiness realm experts. So what if he wore armor? There were gaps in the armor, and the flames could still burn the armor. Chi-Chi, under the burning flames, the elder of the barbarian tribe temple was not harmed at all. The omnipotent armor had reached the perfect form of armor. It had spirituality. Ordinary godly armors could automatically fit the size of the body. When the omnipotent armor was worn, there were no gaps at all. Even the mask would be protected by a hazy layer of light after the power of the heavens and earth was infused into it. This was the omnipotent armor. Rumble. Tung Qingshan was sent flying by the purple-haired godly ape. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This godly ape is really strong. As Tung Qingshan was sent flying, he noticed little blues and bare estate. The godly armor worn by the elder of the barbarian tribe temple seems to be stronger than the Hong Tian godly armor. Tung Shan scanned the armor with the power of the five elemental world. He immediately discovered the uniqueness of the armor worn by the elder of the barbarian tribe temple. This is the armor that can truly protect the body. However, the Hong Tian godly armor is already the best among the godly armors. It is second only to the omnipotent godly armor. This armor is even better than the Hong Tian godly armor. Could it be? Just as Tung Shan was in shock, rumble, a huge palm suddenly grabbed toward him. Big Ape. Tung Shan originally wanted tangle with the purple-haired godly ape so that Little Blue could catch Elder Jin Shang. However, Little Blue's failure and the arrogance of the purple-haired godly ape made Tung Shan furious. The purple-haired godly ape, opened its mouth and let out a fierce roar. It rushed over with large strides and waved its huge arms that reached its knees. It was either smashing, slashing, or grabbing. Compared to the Tianzhong, 25 meters, tall, godly ape, Tung Shan was indeed a small da. However, sometimes a large body could be troublesome. Tung Shan suddenly moved his body and narrowly dodged the purple-haired godly ape's claw. He then rushed to the side of the purple-haired godly ape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tung Shan quickly scuttled onto the purple-haired godly ape's back. The purple-haired godly ape angrily moved over 100 zhong with a swift move. At the same time, it swung its sharp claws to grab Tung Shan's back. So big but so agile. Tung Shan narrowly dodged the claw. However, just as he dodged the claw in midair, another claw came. Not good. Previously, Tung Shan was attacked by 2 palms consecutively. In the end, he couldn't dodge and was sent flying. After all, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be compared to the sharp claws. Phew! Phew! The 2 furry palms on the left and right smashed toward Tung Shan alternately. Every time they smashed, the sharp claws hidden in the palms would grab. The purple-haired godly ape also realized that, with the help of the reincarnation spear, it could only injure this human. It was impossible to kill him. It could only use its sharp claws to tear him in half. Whoosh! Tung Shan fell at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he tried his best to dodge the huge palms. After Tung Shan narrowly dodged another palm, he didn't see the second one coming. Rumble! The eyes of the purple-haired godly ape turned red. Its originally scary palms glowed with purple light and started to expand. The fist that was originally like a small hill instantly expanded to twice its original size. The huge furry right fist emitted a purple light. It was like a purple lightning godly hammer. With a rumbling sound, it smashed toward Tung Shan. So fast, Tung Shan, who had already fallen into the ground, had an unprecedentedly serious expression on his face. The speed of this fist was so fast that an insightful emptiness realm expert like him wouldn't be able to dodge it. Moreover, this fist was so big that Tung Shan wouldn't be able to dodge it at all. He only had one choice: to fight it head-on. Tung Shan's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He knew that if he couldn't resist it, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured or crippled. I can't care so much. Tung Shan immediately used the small amount of black fog that was produced in his Naiwan palace after he had been practicing the 3 postures in seclusion for a long time. At this moment of life and death, Tung Shan focused his attention to an unprecedented level. The remaining black power that could destroy the world in his Naiwan palace surged into the reincarnation spear. At this moment, many axe techniques of the 36 splitting mountain forms appeared in Tung Shan's mind. The line of words on the celestial jade annulus also appeared in his mind. Then, everything disappeared. In Tung Shan's mind, there was only the scene of him practicing the 3 postures in the dark cultivation room. 1 punch, 1 punch, 1 punch, punch. Tung Shan felt as if he had practiced the 3 postures continuously for more than 40 hours. At this moment of life and death, he faced the huge fist that could destroy the world. Attack! Tung Qingshan, who was underground, closed his eyes. He ignored the sand and stones that were pressing towards him and directly thrust his spear. Boom! Pei San, who was far away, saw that the situation was bad. His facial expression changed. His flying speed made it impossible for him to save Tung Qingshan. Moreover, this happened too suddenly. Even the undying phoenix, Little Blue, couldn't react in time. The mysterious golden-masked man, who was protected by the black crow and the black centipede, trembled in excitement. He unconsciously said, "Kill him! Kill him!" His eyes were ferocious and crazy like never before. For a moment, all his attention was focused on the terrifying fist of the purple-haired godly ape. Boom! A terrifying explosion that shook the earth resounded. Roar! The purple-haired godly ape let out a painful roar. As if tearing the heavens and the earth apart, a black flowing light suddenly pierced through the ground. The purple-haired godly ape's huge right claw had already shrunk. At the same time, a bloody hole appeared on the back of his furry hand. Blood had already dyed his palm red. Phew! A figure broke through the ground. His body was tattered. His white robe had long been torn, and only the dark green reincarnation armor was left. His body was also covered in blood. However, at this moment, his entire body was surrounded by a black stream of air. The tip of the reincarnation spear was also stained with blood. Big Ape, come again. A loud laughter came from the black stream of air. End of the 4th chapter, completed. Asking for tickets. Chapter 596. What? The mysterious man with the golden mask, who was originally trembling in excitement, had a look of disbelief in his eyes. He had set up many methods to deal with Tung Qingshan. His last move had 2 killer moves. The first move was to let Pei San kill him. The mysterious man with the golden mask thought that Pei San would not be able to take the omnipotent stone tablet by force, since he knew the barbarian tribe temple's strength. If Pei San really wanted the omnipotent stone tablet, there was a high chance that he would kill Tung Qingshan. The second move was to let Pei San care about the undying phoenix behind Tung Qingshan and give up on killing him. Then, he would probably tell Tung Qingshan about this and do Tung Qingshan a favor. This way, Tung Qingshan would know that Jin Sheng was at the barbarian tribe temple. Jin Sheng used himself as bait. He thought that if Tung Qingshan came to kill him, he would be attacked by the barbarian tribe temple. He wanted to kill Tung Qingshan through the hands of the barbarian tribe temple. He, Jin Sheng, had nowhere else to go. He could not kill Tung Qingshan by himself. This was his last option. It was a dead end, but he could still find a way out. He was gambling. Just now, he had almost succeeded. Why is he not dead? Why is he not dead? The man with the golden mask and black robe roared in his heart. He stared at Tung Qingshan, who was surrounded by black air currents. What? He injured the godly ape? The great elder of the barbarian tribe, who was wearing the omnipotent godly armor, and the other 2 elders in the distance looked at the blood on the purple-haired godly ape's fist in shock. Before this, Tung Qingshan was obviously at a disadvantage against the godly ape. He could only run away and get slapped away. Why did such a thing happen in the blink of an eye when he was so close to winning? He broke through. Pei San smiled when he saw this. It's good that he broke through. It's getting more and more interesting. He, the 10 tall, purple-haired, godly ape stared at Tung Qingshan with a pair of ferocious eyes. From time to time, it would let out a strange sound. However, it was clearly careful when dealing with Tung Qingshan. It did not dare to be as arrogant as it was before. Only those who were stronger than their opponents would dare to be so arrogant. Tung Qingshan held the reincarnation spear in his hand and floated in midair. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. What a blessing in disguise. When I was in seclusion, I practiced the 3 postures over and over again. I don't know how many times I practiced it. However, only occasionally would it produce a trace of world-destroying power. That's because I don't understand it at all. That's why I practiced so many times and got lucky once in a while. Tung Ching Shan also understood that his practice of punching could produce a tiny trace of world-destroying power. This represents, it was obvious that Tung Ching Shan was more skilled in the destruction Tao than the life Tao. This was not strange. When he was in the emptiness realm, he first comprehended the destruction Tao. When he reached the emptiness realm culmination, he comprehended the life Tao. Chi-Chi, at this moment, in the world of Tung Ching Shan's Niwen Palace, the originally vast amount of mercury-like five-colored power was rapidly changing at this time. Wisps of black mist were rapidly produced. For a time, the foundation of the entire Mudpill Palace world was the endless, ocean-like, mercury-like, five-colored power. Black mist floated above the ocean, and the black mist was constantly being produced. Moreover, the Niwen Palace originally had the appearance of a five-colored egg. But now, black marks were gradually appearing on the shell of this egg. The power of the five-elemental world has transformed into the power of the world of life and death. Now, I have already succeeded halfway. Tung Ching Shan was overjoyed. As long as he took one more step, once he produced the power of the world of life, he would have reached the insightful emptiness realm culmination. At that level, he would be on par with Pei San. Hee. The purple-haired, godly ape roared and swung its thick and long left arm toward Tung Ching Shan. As it swung, over 10 trees were smashed. These thick and strong trees were like tofu to the purple-haired, godly ape. They were smashed upon contact. At the same time, sharp claws emerged from its hairy palms. Chi-Chi, the sharp claws sliced through the air and instantly arrived in front of Tung Ching Shan. Big ape, are you looking for a fight? Tung Ching Shan roared. Tung Ching Shan held a long spear in his hand. The long spear dashed out like a swimming dragon and collided with the sharp claws 3 times in a row. When the tip of the spear and the claws collided, sparks of lightning appeared. Therefore, a violent airflow was produced. The trees and rocks in the surroundings shook like water and turned into powder. Whoosh! After the third collision, Tung Ching Shan borrowed the force and dashed towards the ground. At the same time, he approached the purple-haired godly ape. Hee. The purple-haired godly ape revealed an ominous glint. It bared its teeth and waved its sharp claws. Clang! After blocking the attack again, Tung Ching Shan twisted his body like a loach and dashed to the side of the purple-haired godly ape. The purple-haired godly ape wanted to dodge and increase the distance between it and Tung Ching Shan. For a colossal being, once a tiny duck got close to it, then it would be at a great disadvantage if they fought. Big ape, you're the one who asked for it. Tung Ching Shan moved his reincarnation spear. The people watching from afar only saw 2 streaks of black flowing light flash past. Poochie. Bloody holes appeared on the big ape's calf and the left forearm that it swung towards Tung Ching Shan. Blood flowed out continuously. The furious purple-haired godly ape disregarded its injuries and waved its arms crazily towards Tung Ching Shan. Its sharp claws were extremely sharp, and it dared to fight against Tung Ching Shan's reincarnation spear. Unfortunately, Tung Ching Shan's body was small and too nimble. One big and one small were fighting in the forest. Everywhere they passed, rocks would collapse and trees would turn into powder. Sometimes the purple-haired godly ape would roar angrily, and sometimes Tung Ching Shan would roar angrily as well. The man and the emptiness realm demonic beast fought crazily. The golden-masked man clenched his fists and moved his lips. Kill him. In the time of a few breaths, the man and the demonic beast separated. He roar. The purple-haired godly ape dodged far away and beat its chest angrily as it glared at Tung Ching Shan. At this moment, the purple-haired godly ape's body was full of injuries. It was originally a purple-haired godly ape, but now it could be called a red-purple godly ape. However, the penetrating power of Tung Ching Shan's spear was extremely strong, and the purple-haired godly ape was now in a very difficult situation. Big ape, Do you still want to fight? The white robe on Tung Qingshan's body had disappeared, and only the reincarnation godly armor was left. He glared at the purple-haired godly ape as if he had gone crazy. Although the purple-haired godly ape was angry, it looked at Tung Qingshan with a hint of fear. The purple-haired godly ape finally realized the biggest difference between an emptiness realm culmination demonic beast and an insightful emptiness realm human. Weapons. Armor. The purple-haired godly ape was able to exchange blows with Pei San because Pei San was barehanded. However, Tung Qingshan was using the reincarnation spear. After being refined by the power of the world, the current reincarnation spear was much harder and sharper than before. The power of the attack was concentrated at the tip of the spear. Furthermore, Tung Qingshan was half a step into the insightful emptiness realm. The power of this spear was not something that the purple-haired godly ape's fur could withstand. It could only block it with its sharp claws. Unfortunately, its body was too big, and it did not have any armor to protect it. However, Tung Qingshan used the power of the world to refine the reincarnation godly armor. Hee. The purple-haired godly ape grinned at Tung Qingshan and took a step back. It was obvious that it did not want to continue fighting with Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan then revealed a smile and turned to look at Pei San in the distance. In the sky above the forest, Pei San, who was wearing a light yellow robe, was fighting with the black demonic dragon. He seemed to be in a sorry state, and his clothes were somewhat tattered. Seeing that Tung Qingshan had won, Pei San could not help but laugh loudly. Ha! Qingshan, you have really profited from a disaster this time. I have been fighting with this demonic dragon, but I have not made a single breakthrough. I am at a disadvantage fighting with my bare hands. As soon as he finished speaking, almost like a phantom, Pei San's hands suddenly changed color and became white. Occasionally, golden light would flash continuously. Gloves? Tung Qingshan was surprised. Pei San's weapon was actually a pair of gloves that had been specially refined. With this pair of boxing gloves on, Pei San's entire aura instantly changed. In a trance, a huge shadow of a monster with a dragon's head, a tortoise's body, and a snake's tail appeared around his body. His eyes faintly turned blood red. After letting out a strange roar, Pei San dashed towards the black demonic dragon. Roar! The black demonic dragon was also angry. It was a real demonic beast. How could it be defeated by a human who cultivated the Tao of beasts? Pei San, who had a huge shadow of a monster, started fighting with the black demonic dragon in the air. For a moment, the color of the sky changed, and the forest cracked. Yeah. A strange and resounding roar suddenly rang out. Bang! After a loud noise that shook the heavens and the earth, the black demonic dragon was actually thrown into the air. Golden dragon blood splattered in the air. Silence. Everyone was silent. Pei San, who was floating in the air, had golden blood stains on his gloves. Among the demonic beasts in the world, you are only the third or fourth, Pei San said indifferently as he looked at the black demonic dragon in the distance. Seeing this, Tung Qingshan suddenly came to a realization. Before Pei San came to the Xing Yi sect, he had probably already made up his mind to attack the barbarian tribe temple. At that time, Pei San did not even know that he had also reached the insightful emptiness realm. Then at that time, Pei San was already confident. He had single-handedly snatched the omnipotent stone tablet from the barbarian tribe temple. No wonder he dared to attack the Mani temple with his army. Pei San is really powerful. Tung Qingshan was shocked. When Pei San fought with Qin Shiqi of the Ying family, he didn't even wear these gloves. In the sky above the forest of the barbarian tribe, the people of the barbarian tribe temple were speechless. They didn't expect that the most powerful godly ape and the godly dragon would be defeated. How could this happen? The golden-masked man, who was under the protection of the great elder of the barbarian tribe, the Black Crow, and the other demonic beasts, was dumbfounded. It's been so many years. How could this happen? Tung Qingshan has only cultivated for so many years. How could this happen? Great elder! The golden-masked man suddenly shouted. Elder Jean. The great elder, who was wearing the slaughter armor, turned his head and saw the golden-masked man land on the back of the Black Crow. The golden-masked man bowed to the great elder of the barbarian tribe temple. Then he looked at Tung Ching Shan in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Tung Ching Shan, do you want to kill me? Do you want to know who I am? Unfortunately, you can't do it." Tung Ching Shan, who was covered in blood, flew over with the reincarnation spear in his hand. He said coldly, "Do you think you can escape?" The great elder of the barbarian tribe wanted to move, but he didn't dare to. No one dared to stop him. "Ha!" The golden masked man raised his head and let out a shrill roar. Then he waved his hand and slammed it on his forehead. The powerful force penetrated his Niwen palace. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the golden-masked man's mouth. Tung Ching Shan, who was flying over, watched this scene in astonishment. He saw the golden-masked man fall down powerlessly from the back of the blackbird demonic beast. For a moment, Pei San, the members of the barbarian tribe temple, the undying phoenix, and the godly thunderbolt hawk all stared at the golden-masked man who fell from the sky. Chapter 1. Chapter 597. The black-robed, golden-masked man continued to fall, his eyes filled with madness. However, deep within that madness, there was also a trace of sadness. Ever since he was young, he had been a genius in the sect. In the past, he and Zhuge Yuanhong were known as the two heavens favorites of Yangzhou. Both of them were ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking at the age of 50. Zhuge Yuanhong was the sovereign of the Gui Yuan sect, but he was also the island lord of Qinghu Island, one of the 8 supreme sects. He was one of the most powerful figures in the land of the 9 prefectures. Everything had changed. Ever since the birth of a genius named Tung Ching Shan, everything had changed. His foolish actions had caused Tung Ching Shan and Qinghu Island to become enemies. In the Battle of the Great Yin Mountain, Qinghu Island had suffered a great loss. He had even abdicated in dejection and passed the position of the island lord to his junior martial brother. Being an ordinary boatman was very shameful for a heaven-list ranker. However, later on, he got over it and took off the human skin mask. He rowed the boat with his real face and sent the ordinary disciples of Qinghu Island back and forth on the Green Lake. The land of the 9 prefectures was abuzz with discussion. They were discussing how a dignified expert on the heaven list had fallen to such a state. However, his heart was as firm as a rock. On the path of martial arts, he began to advance by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, everything had changed. Back then, the Tung Ching Shan, who had been hunted by the whole world, had returned. First, it was Jing Yi's identity, which shocked the whole world. After that, he rode the undying phoenix and brought the 6-legged blade-like Qi with him. With a domineering force, he suppressed Emperor Yu's Hall and killed the Emptiness Realm culmination experts of the Shooting Sun God Mountain and Emperor Yu's Hall. Announcing his return, a terrifying genius who reached the Emptiness Realm at the age of 21. He was worried and scared. As expected, not long after, the Gui Yuan sect attacked Qinghu Island. In his heart, the small Gui Yuan sect was nothing. How could a small sect that established itself in the land of a county shake Qinghu Island like an ant trying to shake a tree? However, this little Bayan had the assistance of the peerless genius Tung Ching Shan since ancient times. He really wanted Qinghu Island to win, but in the end, Grandmaster was dead. The entire Qinghu Island was destroyed. Many senior and junior brothers either died or fled. In desperation, he actually took the last step and reached the Emptiness Realm. From then on, he lived in this world for only one purpose: revenge. Thus, he destroyed his own face and stepped into the boorish land to search for the legendary berserkers. Then he began his plan, 20 years of planning. He had won the respect of the entire barbarian race. The barbarians regarded him as a truly virtuous person, a benefactor. He traveled through the 9 provinces, the Eastern Sea, the Prairie, and the Western regions, searching for all kinds of experts, seeking revenge. He used all kinds of schemes and thought of all kinds of methods. But the genius Tung Qingshan from back then had now become a feudal lord. The Xing Yi sect and the 200,000 Blood Wolf army were famous throughout the world. Countless disciples of the internal martial arts in the land of the 9 prefectures believed in Tung Qingshan. It was too difficult to deal with Tung Qingshan. Schemes after schemes, people after people. And in the end, he even used the barbarian tribe temple, which he had the most confidence in. But he still lost. He was in despair. After reaching the emptiness realm, he stepped into the insightful emptiness stage within 20 years. Moreover, he was able to defeat the extremely talented emptiness culmination demonic beast, the violet-haired godly ape. With such strength, he was in despair. He knew that he could not escape. With the speed of the undying phoenix, if he did not succeed in killing Tung Qingshan, he would definitely die. But he could not die in the hands of Tung Qingshan. He even wanted Tung Qingshan to never know his true identity. He hated the unfairness of the heavens. It was not that he did not try his best. It was just that Tung Qingshan improved too quickly. Bang! The corpse fell into the ruined forest below. There was no sign of life. No matter how glorious he was in his previous life, he would only be a cup of soil after death. Whoosh! Tung Qingshan transformed into a beam of light and landed in front of the black-cloaked, golden-masked man. He committed suicide. A hint of shock could be seen in Tung Qingshan's eyes. An emptiness realm expert committed suicide. How much hatred, how much courage, and how much despair did he have to commit suicide? A beam of light descended and transformed into a human figure. It was Pei San. This Jin Sheng. Pei San looked at the corpse and said with a faint smile, "I used to look down on him because he only knew how to scheme. However, he actually committed suicide. I was starting to admire him a little. An emptiness realm expert actually committed suicide. Tung Qingshan, it seems that this Jin Sheng had a deep hatred for you." Tung Qingshan nodded slightly. He wanted to destroy the Xing Yi sect and kill his daughter and son. If he did not have a deep hatred for Tung Qingshan, why would he do such a thing? Let me see who he is. Tung Qingshan lowered his head and grabbed the golden mask. Phew! The mask was removed. Tung Qingshan's facial expression changed. He could not help but feel shocked. It was a hideous face. The face was full of claw marks. Except for the eyes, Tung Qingshan could not see any part of the face that was intact. If one did not look at the eyes, it would be hard to believe that this was a face. This figure, Pei San said in surprise. Tung Qingshan, do you recognize who he is? Yes, who is he? Tung Qingshan stared at the ugly face and the craziness in the eyes. He shook his head and sighed. I always thought that Elder Jin Sheng's real identity was Qinghu Island's Guiyong. However, I cannot be sure without seeing his face. But now that I have seen his face, I cannot be sure. Elder Jin Sheng is suspected to be Guiyong. Pei San muttered. He could not help but laugh. Death is like an extinguished lamp. Everything ends. Tung Qingshan shook his head and said. However, Tung Qingshan still had a knot in his heart. After all, he did not know the true face of this person. He only saw an extremely ugly face. A strong wind blew. The undying phoenix and the godly thunderbolt hawk also landed behind Tung Qingshan and Pei San. In midair, the huge black centipede, the black crow, the purple-haired godly ape, and the black demonic dragon were all hovering in the air. The 3 barbarian temple elders on the back of the huge centipede also had complicated emotions. The great elder, who was wearing the slaughter armor, said in a deep voice, "You too, he is dead. You can leave now. You cannot touch Elder Jin's corpse." The bald giant said solemnly, "The barbarian tribe is indebted to Elder Jin. We will bury him in the elder's tomb. Up to you. Who is interested in a corpse?" Pei San said indifferently. Although Tung Qingshan hated this person, he did not hate a corpse anymore. Sovereign Pei, should we go back now? Tung Qingshan looked at Pei San. Pei San looked at Tung Qingshan and said with a smile, Tung Qingshan, I came with you to help you kill Elder Jean, who is suspected to be Guyon. You have achieved your goal. However, I am here to look for that stone tablet. I would like to ask Tung Qingshan to help me look for it. What do you think?" Tung Qingshan was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Sovereign Pei, how can I disobey?" "Ha ha, you rascal." Pei-san could not help but laugh. At Tung Qingshan and Pei-san's level, there were only a few people in the world who were worthy of their respect. Tung Qingshan admired Pei-san's strength. At the same time, Pei-san was able to achieve great achievements in the Tao of Beasts, the Tao of Buddhism, and the Tao of Sword. Tung Qingshan had to admire Pei-san. Pei-san also admired Tung Qingshan. When they were at the same age, he was much weaker than Tung Qingshan. Whether it was creating the branch of internal martial art or attaining the culmination of the insightful emptiness realm at such a young age, Pei-san could not help but be amazed. "All right, let's look for that stone tablet," Pei-san said with a smile. "Let's begin." Tung Qingshan and Pei-san soared into the sky at the same time. Then, a gray beam of light with faint flashes of lightning swept across the area around the barbarian tribe temple. There was also a black beam of light with faint colors of 5 colors that swept downwards as well. The two insightful emptiness realm experts began to search the barbarian tribe temple. This scene enraged the people of the barbarian tribe temple. "You two, what are you doing?" the great elder shouted. Pei-san looked at him disdainfully and sneered. "Old man, I advise you to keep quiet. Otherwise, I will flatten the barbarian tribe temple and take away the omnipotent armor." This frightened the great elder of the barbarian tribe. Although he was angry, he did not dare to say anything. Tung Qingshan and Pei-san, the two insightful emptiness realm experts, began to search the surroundings of the barbarian tribe temple. "Sovereign Pei, we have been searching for a long time, but we have not found the omnipotent stone tablet. Could it be that you have been tricked?" Tung Qingshan looked at Pei-san. Pei-san, who was also flying in the sky, glanced at Tung Qingshan and said with a smile, "No one can compare to me when it comes to charming people and investigating whether they are telling the truth or not. I am sure that Elder Jean, who is suspected to be Guyon, is telling the truth. Tung Qingshan, help me search for 3 days. If we can't find it in 3 days, we will forget about it." Pei-san said with a smile. "Sovereign Tung, do you agree?" Tung Qingshan smiled. "All right, 3 days it is then." Therefore, Tung Qingshan and Pei-san spread out with the barbarian tribe temple as the center. At the same time, they went underground to search. On the evening of the 2nd day of the search, a waterfall fell from a high mountain in the depths of the desolate land. Rumble, the waterfall looked like a curtain. Under the rays of the setting sun, it shone with a strange color. "Tung Qingshan," a voice came from afar. 2 streams of light, one in front of the waterfall, hovered in front of it. "I finally found it." Pei-san looked at the waterfall with a smile. "I didn't expect it to be hidden so far away." Tung Qingshan smiled. Both of them scanned the area with the power of their worlds and discovered a strange tablet that was neither jade nor stone hidden among the rocks behind the waterfall. Based on the strange waves of energy, Tung Qingshan and Pei-san could instantly tell that this was an item left behind by an omnipotent expert. Pei-san stretched out his hand, and a huge shadow of a claw appeared in the air. The huge shadow of the claw cracked the mountain wall behind the waterfall and pulled out a strange tablet. The tablet then fell into Pei-san's hand. This tablet was similar to the celestial jade annulus that Tung Qingshan had seen before. It glowed with a faint green light. Under the rays of the setting sun, it looked even more extraordinary. Tung Qingshan and Pei-san looked at the tablet. Yu the Great and Ying Zheng reached the omnipotent realm. They broke through the void and left. However, none of them returned. No one knew what lay in front of him after he took that step. Forget it. Since there is nothing left in this world, why not drink a cup of strong wine and leave in a carefree manner? The words on the tablet contained a strong sword will. Tung Qingshan and Pei-san were completely attracted by the words. They remained silent for a long time. The update was completed. The 11th chapter, 20 years of wind and cloud ended. The next chapter is the 12th chapter, which is the last chapter of the Nine Cauldrons. Its name is Reincarnation of the Nine Cauldrons. Chapter 598. The sun was setting, and the sound of the waterfall was endless. However, Tung Shan couldn't help but think, what is in front of me after I take this step? Yes, what is in front of me? At Tung Shan's level, he knew that once he reached the omnipotent realm, he would be able to resist the suppression of the land of the nine prefectures. He would be able to break the world of the land of the nine prefectures with the power of his own world. In other words, he would be able to break the void. After shattering the void and leaving this world, what would it be like? Tung Shan had the same question. He thought that he would know what would happen after he broke the void, after he reached the omnipotent realm. However, according to the stone tablet left by the poetic sword god, Li Tai Bai, the omnipotent realm was also confused about where he would go after he broke the void. Ha ha! Suddenly, a hearty laughter sounded. Tung Shan looked at Pei San, who was laughing wantonly, in surprise. He couldn't help but ask, Sovereign Pei, what are you laughing at? I'm happy. Pei San smiled at Tung Shan and said, I'm happy, so I'm laughing. Isn't that right? What's there to be happy about? Tung Shan frowned. Pei San smiled as he looked at the stone tablet in his hand and said, Tung Shan, look, this stone tablet was left by the omnipotent realm expert, Li Tai Bai. He said, no one knows what is in front of me after I take this step. Haha, I used to think about what would happen after I reached the omnipotent realm and broke the void. I always thought that I would know after I reached the omnipotent realm. But now, it seems that Li Tai Bai is also confused. Pei San smiled and said, I'm happy. Since no one knows, isn't it better? Tung Shan was stunned. Pei San looked at the setting sun in the west and said with a smile, one can live a happy and exciting life because one doesn't know. It was because the future was unknown. Because it is unknown after breaking the void, I look forward to it. Tung Shan nodded slightly and smiled. Similarly, he also looked forward to what would happen after breaking the void. Would it be a chaotic world? A strange new world? Or a new life? No one knew. The supreme cultivators who knew about it had all left the 9 states a long time ago. Rumble. The nearby waterfall constantly bombarded the pool of water. At this moment, the undying phoenix and the godly thunderbolt hawk flew over from afar. These two bird-type emptiness realm demonic beasts had noticed that Tung Shan and Pei San had been searching for the stone tablets. Therefore, they were too lazy to follow them. However, when they realized that Tung Shan and Pei San had stopped searching and gathered together, they knew he should have found the ultimate stone steel. What a pity! Pei San could not help but shake his head and say, back then, when Li Tai Bai was writing this steel, I believe he did not infuse all the Tao he had comprehended into it. Tung Shan was also looking at this stone tablet. There were a few words written on the stone tablet. The sword intent was extremely strong, but with just a slight probe, one could clearly sense the profoundness of the sword intent within. It was impossible for a supreme expert who was proficient in the Tao of calligraphy to contain all the Taos he had comprehended every time he wrote. At the very most, he would only be able to infuse some of his sword intent into it. It was extremely difficult for him to infuse his comprehension into a few lines of words. It would also consume a lot of his mental energy. Even the supreme experts did not like to torture themselves. They would not waste their mental energy to infuse their Tao into the words. Senior Li Tai Bai. Tung Shan smiled and said, back then, I wrote these few lines of words casually. However, even if I wrote it casually, I can still see the depth of Senior Li Tai Bai's Tao of sword by looking at the sword intent. No matter how profound it is, what's the point of not being able to see it? Pei San shook his head and smiled. I came here for nothing. However, this stone tablet was written by Li Tai Bai. If I take it back and give it to my daughter, she will definitely be happy. Tung Shan revealed a smile. He realized that he and Pei San had something in common. They both doted on their daughters. This made Tung Shan have a good impression of Pei San. It's a pity that I can't observe Senior Li Taibai's Tao of Sword. If I could observe it, I might be inspired. Pei San shook his head and sighed. Actually, at his level, he was only a little bit away from the omnipotent realm. Being able to observe the Tao of the omnipotent experts in history would be very beneficial. Normally, the so-called godly codices were just descriptions. What Pei San needed was to personally experience the concept. Seeing Pei San's reaction, Tung Shan thought of the celestial jade annulus that he found on the Bright Moon Island when he was crossing the sea. That celestial jade annulus was written by Li Taibai after he became an omnipotent expert. Back then, I didn't even comprehend 1/10 of it. That celestial jade annulus probably contained all of Li Taibai's Tao. When Tung Shan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. Back then, Tung Shan didn't dare to study the Tao of Sword before he reached the emptiness realm. He was afraid that it would affect his Tao. However, now he had 1 foot in the insightful emptiness realm culmination. His Tao was already relatively complete. Observing the Tao of other omnipotent experts would only inspire him. It wouldn't affect the stability of his Tao. After I consolidate my understanding, I will go to the Bright Moon Island. I will choose a time to go to the Bright Moon Island. Tung Shan thought to himself. Soon after, Tung Shan and Pei San rode the undying phoenix and the godly thunderbolt hawk and left the desolate land. On the way back, the undying phoenix and the godly thunderbolt hawk traveled at an astonishing speed. In fact, the godly thunderbolt hawk was only slightly slower than the undying phoenix. Tung Shan, Pei San said, "You should know that the army of the heavenly god palace is going to attack the Mani temple." Standing on the back of the undying phoenix, Tung Shan looked at Pei San and said with the use of the sound transmission technique, "Yes, of course I know. Sovereign Pei's army of 1,000,000 elite soldiers has caused a huge commotion. Everyone in the world knows about it. This time, I will definitely destroy the Mani temple." Pei San's gaze was as sharp as a knife, as he said in a deep voice, "However, the Mani temple has a strong foundation and many emptiness realm experts. It will be very difficult to kill all of them at one go. Therefore, I want to ask Sovereign Tung Shan to lend me the Undying Phoenix." The Undying Phoenix was very good at flying and drilling. With the help of the Undying Phoenix, Tung Shan would have an advantage in both escaping and pursuing emptiness realm experts. Tung Shan, if you are willing to help, I am confident that I can destroy the Mani temple with the help of the Undying Phoenix. Pei San looked at Tung Shan and asked, "Shan, are you willing to help?" Tung Shan smiled. In the past, because of the Gui Yuan sect, Tung Shan had a falling out with Pei San. At that time, Tung Shan only wanted the Gui Yuan sect to have Jiangning County. However, Pei San did not agree. Pei San said that he owed Tung Shan a favor. At most, he would move the Gui Yuan sect to Nanman County or Chu County. Pei San actually has the nerve to ask for the Undying Phoenix from me. Tung Shan thought to himself. Moreover, the Mani temple and the heavenly god palace are fighting. The Mani temple has the strongest foundation and countless experts, while the heavenly god palace has the strongest momentum. Why should I interfere? If little Blue gets injured because of this? Several thoughts flashed through his mind. Tung Shan smiled and said, "Sovereign Pei, this matter involves a lot of people. The heavenly god palace and the Mani temple are 2 of the most powerful sects in the land of the 9 prefectures. If the 2 sects fight, it will be inappropriate for me to interfere. You are not willing to lend it to me?" Pei San frowned. Tung Shan shook his head and smiled. "Sovereign Pei, I cannot help you with this matter. Moreover, when Little Blue's mother, let Little Blue follow me, she asked me to ensure its safety. Little Blue's mother would also absolutely not allow Little Blue to get mixed up in this kind of matter." Pei San looked at Tung Shan. Tung Shan looked at Pei San with a smile. Through the look in Pei San's eyes, Pei San knew that the immature Tung Shan was no longer someone that he could threaten. After all, Tung Shan, who had reached the insightful emptiness realm, together with the undying phoenix, could threaten any sect. That's right. Pei San smiled and said, "Since Little Blue's mother asked you to do this, it is the right thing to do." Tung Shan smiled. However, Tung Shan, if you don't lend the undying phoenix to the heavenly god palace, I have to warn you, don't lend the undying phoenix to the Mani temple. Pei San said with a smile. Pei San said with a smile, "I don't want to see the monks of the Mani temple riding on the undying phoenix to fight against the heavenly god palace." The undying phoenix, Little Blue, had learned some unique skills of the phoenix from its mother. Once it risked its life, its speed could be said to be the fastest in the land of the 9 prefectures. You don't want to lend it to the Mani temple? Tung Shan raised his eyebrows. Pei San frowned and said, "Tung Shan, I remember that when the branch of the internal martial art was spread in the land of the 9 prefectures, the Mani temple was the one that resisted the most. In the entire land of the 9 prefectures, Rongzhou and Liangzhou, the 2 counties under the control of the Mani temple, should be the 2 places where the number of people who learn the internal martial art is the least." They didn't give you any face. Tung Shan was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Pei San tried to persuade him not to lend the undying phoenix to the Mani temple. She even said this out loud. However, this was the truth. The Mani temple ruled over Rongzhou and Liangzhou. It was an absolute rule, and it was very xenophobic. In addition, the Mani temple ruled through religious means. Almost every family in the 2 prefectures believed in Buddhism, and everyone believed in Buddhism. Therefore, in Rongzhou and Liangzhou, if people learned Taoism or the internal martial art, they would be regarded as betraying the Buddhism. The Mani temple had also been spreading this information to the 2 prefectures under their control. Those who learned Taoism or the internal martial art were regarded as heretics. Heretics were looked down upon in Rongzhou and Liangzhou. It was normal for them to be bullied. Therefore, Tung Shan's internal martial art could not be spread in Rongzhou and Liangzhou. Although there were people who learned the internal martial art, there were very few of them. Tung Shan was very dissatisfied with the fact that the Mani temple had categorized the cultivators of the branch of internal martial art as heretics. However, there was nothing he could do. The Mani temple was a tough nut to crack. For many years, no one dared to offend the Mani temple. However, after so many years, since martial ancestor Shiga established the Mani temple, the biggest calamity in the history of the Mani temple had finally arrived. Sovereign Pei, of course, I said that I won't interfere. I won't lend the undying phoenix to the Mani temple. Tung Shan said with a smile. P.S. Chapter 1 is here. Chapter 599. With Tung Shan's words, Pei San's mood became much better. Along the way, he and Tung Shan chatted happily. When they were about to part ways, Tung Shan was going to the western regions, and Tung Shan was going back to the Xing-Yi sect. Pei San said with a smile, "Tung Shan, when the army of the heavenly god palace reaches the Mani temple, you must go and take a look. I think the Mani temple has insightful emptiness realm experts. Tung Shan, you should take a look at the battle between insightful emptiness realm experts. It might be beneficial for you." "Of course." Tung Shan nodded with a smile. "Then I shall take my leave." Pei San cupped his hands and stood on the back of the godly thunderbolt hawk. They flew toward the northwest. Tung Shan watched Pei San leave. A battle between insightful emptiness realm experts? I wonder how powerful the insightful emptiness realm experts are. Tung Shan smiled and sat on the back of the undying phoenix. They flew toward the Great Yin Mountain of Jiangning County. The undying phoenix was extremely fast. When they arrived at the Great Yin Mountain, the sun had just set. Smoke rose from the chimneys of the towns and villages at the foot of the Great Yin Mountain. Tung Shan looked down from the sky. He saw his wife, Li Jun, looking at the sky anxiously. His daughter, Lin Lin, was accompanying Li Jun. Seeing this, Tung Qingshan felt warmth in his heart. He felt that marrying Li Jun in the Duanmu continent was the wisest decision he made in his life. Whoosh! Li Jun and Lin Lin were pleasantly surprised when they saw the fiery red stream of light descending at high speed. Qingshan, father. When Tung Qingshan landed, the mother and daughter ran over. When they saw that Tung Qingshan's clothes were torn and only his armor was left, Li Jun was shocked. When she saw that Tung Qingshan was not injured, she heaved a sigh of relief and teased. Qingshan, it seems that you encountered some trouble during your trip to the barbarian tribe temple. Tung Qingshan smiled helplessly. Little Jun, don't make fun of me. Bring me some clean clothes. I'll take a bath and change my clothes, and then we can talk. He took a bath and changed his clothes. In the evening, Tung Qingshan's family of 5 gathered together for dinner. At the same time, Tung Qingshan told the story of what had happened. According to Tung Qingshan's original plan, his parents would also stay here. After Tung Yongfan's legs grew, Tung Yongfan had been training the younger generation of the clan members. Both Tung Qingshan and Yongfan drank the scarlet fruit wine and were in good health. Therefore, Tung Qingshan went to visit his parents occasionally. At the same time, he asked Hong Lin and Hong Wu to visit his grandparents. We finally killed that bastard. Hong Lin listened to Tung Qingshan and clenched her fists. Hong Lin hated the person who had plotted everything in the dark. It's good that he died, Hong Wu couldn't help but say. Father, Hong Lin said hastily. Who is that person? Why do you hate our Tang clan so much that you want to deal with us again and again? Li Jun, who was at the side, asked. Yes, Qingshan. Who is that person? Is it Gu Yong? Tung Qingshan shook his head helplessly and said, even if I took off his mask, I wouldn't know his real identity. You don't know him even if you take off his mask? Li Jun couldn't help but ask. Hong Wu, Hong Lin, and Hong Wu's wife, Lei Xiaoru, all looked at Tung Qingshan. No. Tung Qingshan shook his head and said, it's because his face is disfigured. Disfigured? Everyone in the living room quieted down. So, I can only say that this person is Elder Jin Sheng, who is suspected to be Gu Yong. Tung Qingshan smiled and said loudly, all right, no matter who he is dead now. This matter is over. After returning to the Xing Yi sect, Tung Qingshan spent 3 days with his family. On the 4th day, he went into secluded cultivation in the cultivation room again. Tung Qingshan had gained a lot from the barbarian tribe temple. He had been able to transform the 5 elemental power of the world into the destructive power of the world. According to Tung Qingshan's thoughts, I need to consolidate my current realm and understand the destructive power of the world. In the 3 postures, there are life and death. Now, I have succeeded in death. In that case, I can use the 3 postures to comprehend the concept of death, the opposite of life. Tung Qingshan cultivated wholeheartedly, while the Xingyi sect was peaceful and Tung Qingshan was cultivating. A terrible war was taking place in Yinzhou of the 9 prefectures. Although the emptiness realm expert of the shooting sun god mountain had died, they had been in Yinzhou for too long. Moreover, the disciples of the shooting sun god mountain were good at archery, which gave the Gui Yuan sect a headache. After all, there were only a few people who were not afraid of the archery skills of the experts of the shooting sun god mountain. Fortunately, the Gui Yuan sect had the emptiness realm expert, Zhuge Yuan Hong, and the strongest long gang guards. The fierce battle started at the end of last year. Usually, when the long gang guards broke through a city, the city would be taken back by the people of the shooting sun god mountain. In the past, the Gui Yuan sect was able to destroy Qinghu Island. The first credit was due to the long gang guards. The second credit was due to Tung Qingshan and the Undying Phoenix. Actually, for a great sect that had millions of subordinates, the threat of human emptiness realm experts was not considered great. After all, how many people could a human emptiness realm expert kill in one go? The real threat was a terrifying emptiness realm demonic beast like the undying phoenix. One breath of fire could burn thousands of people to death. Just like the demonic dragon Violet Rain, one breath of cold air could freeze tens of thousands of soldiers to death. This was the biggest blow to the morale. What scared the army the most? However, the Gui Yuan sect did not have an emptiness realm demonic beast. Therefore, the shooting sun god mountain only needed to avoid the sharp edge of the long gang guards, break up into smaller groups, and hide in various places. To fight for an inch of land with the Gui Yuan sect. The initial failure caused Zhuge Yuanhong to choose to advance step by step, gradually nibbling away at Yinzhou. This was the method to conquer the next territory only after completely controlling one territory. Actually, Zhuge Yuanhong had another method, to ask Teng Qingshan for help. Unfortunately, because of what happened last time, Zhuge Yuanhong still had pride. In addition, in his opinion, if even the opponent's emptiness realm expert is dead, with such a great advantage, the Gui Yuan sect will not be able to conquer Yinzhou. What qualifications do we have to lead Yinzhou? Therefore, Zhuge Yuanhong also regarded this war as a way to train the army. From the end of last year until April of the next year. Under the situation where the Gui Yuan sect had the advantage in terms of strength, morale, and emptiness realm experts, it took the Gui Yuan sect a total of 4 months and over 300,000 casualties to completely conquer Yinzhou. Although they had conquered Yinzhou, there were still survivors in various parts of Yinzhou. However, that no longer affected the overall situation. When the Gui Yuan sect unified Yinzhou, plus the 8 counties of Yangzhou, an even bigger war attracted the attention of the people of the land of the 9 prefectures. The army of the Heavenly God Palace finally followed the Golden Road that connected the western region and Liangzhou and finally reached the border of Liangzhou. The Heavenly God Palace had a population of 1 billion, and its leader was an invincible expert like Pei San. This time, the Heavenly God Palace gathered its army, took a detour through the desert, entered the western region, and then followed the Golden Road to Liangzhou. It took a long time. However, no one doubted the strength of the army of the Heavenly God Palace. After 20 years of preparation, the army was selected from the 1 billion citizens. The 2 prefectures under the control of the Mani Temple had a population of 5 to 600 million. The Mani Temple had a long history. Rongzhou and Liangzhou were the 2 prefectures in the land of the 9 prefectures. As a sect left behind by an omnipotent expert, the Mani Temple had countless secret techniques and powerful experts. The 2 forces collided. It was absolutely terrifying. Even Teng Qingshan did not want to get involved in the battle. The sun was setting, and the west was covered with clouds. In the Buddha Mountain of the Mani Temple. The Buddha Mountain was a forbidden area of the Mani Temple. Only emptiness realm Buddhist grandmasters were allowed to enter. At this moment, a chubby young monk flew over from afar and entered a cave halfway up the Buddha Mountain. The sleeves of the young monk's robe had 9 mysterious purple tattoos. "Martial uncle." The young monk put his palms together and called out. A yellow-cloaked monk was sitting cross-legged in the cave, facing the wall. "Fan Kong, you are here." The yellow-cloaked monk's voice was gentle, and the sound of Zen could be heard. It had the magical effect of calming one's heart. "How is the army of the Heavenly God Palace doing?" "The army of the Mani Temple can't stop them at the border." The young monk shook his head and said, 20 years ago, the Heavenly God Palace had an extremely powerful elite army. During these 20 years, the Heavenly God Palace recruited a large number of disciples from the Great Prairie, Yuzhou, and Qingzhou. Yuzhou, Qingzhou, and the Great Prairie have a large number of internal martial arts cultivators. Many of these internal martial arts cultivators have been recruited by the Heavenly God Palace. As long as one has a small achievement in internal martial arts, one will become a second-rated warrior. With the help of the secret inner strength technique, one will become a second-rated warrior. If one has a high achievement in internal martial arts and has inner strength, one will be comparable to a first-rated warrior. Because of the internal martial arts, the Heavenly God Palace has a large number of elite soldiers. Among the millions of soldiers of the Heavenly God Palace, the weakest is a third-rated warrior. Most of them are second-rated warriors. The young monk shook his head and sighed. If we had known this, the Mani Temple would have allowed the people of Rongzhou and Liangzhou to learn the internal martial arts. Although some of them would have joined the Xingyi sect, most of them would have joined the Mani Temple because they missed their hometown. The yellow-cloaked monk, who was sitting cross-legged, fell silent for a long time. The Mani Temple had a high status in Rongzhou and Liangzhou. They eliminated all cultivation methods that were not of the Mani Temple. Martial uncle, this disaster is not a small matter. The young monk couldn't help but say anxiously. Sigh. The yellow-cloaked monk let out a long sigh. Fan Kong, bring 2 elders from the Elder's Palace to the Xingyi sect. The yellow-cloaked monk said slowly, tell Tung Qingshan that in the future, the 600 million people of Rongzhou and Liangzhou can also learn the internal martial arts. His Qingshan enterprise can also be opened in these 2 prefectures. He can recruit cultivators of the internal martial arts to join the Xingyi sect. I hope that he can lend the undying phoenix to the Mani Temple. Martial uncle, the young monk froze. Ever since martial ancestor Shiga established the sect, since when did the Mani Temple lower its head? They had never competed with the Emperor Yu's Hall or the Ying family. However, deep down, they were very proud and aloof. The Mani Temple was undoubtedly the #1 sect in the land of the 9 prefectures. In the territory of the Mani Temple, it was forbidden to spread the cultivation methods of any sect. This absolute dominance showed the arrogance of the Mani Temple. The #1 sect didn't depend on words. It depended on strength. So what if the Emperor Yu's Hall shouted loudly? The people of the world still believed that the Mani Temple was the most powerful sect. But now, the Mani Temple had to lower its head. Martial uncle, in the past, we didn't show mercy to Tung Qingshan. We didn't even allow him to build the Qingshan enterprise. We also forbade the cultivation of the internal martial arts. If I go now, will he? The young monk felt embarrassed. Go. This is a matter of life and death for the Mani Temple. What's the point of bowing down to Tung Qingshan? The yellow-cloaked monk sighed and said, Fan Kong, you must invite the undying phoenix. The young monk took a deep breath and put his palms together. Yes, martial uncle. End of 2 chapters. The 12th chapter, which is also the beginning of the last chapter of the story of the 9 cauldrons. I hope everyone will vote for tomato. Thank you. Chapter 600. On the 26th of April, the great Yin Mountain already had a trace of the hot summer air. In the morning, on the training field of the East Flower Garden of the Xingyi sect, his daughter, Honglin, and his son, Hongwu, were practicing the 5 elemental boxing seriously. Honglin specialized in the bursting fist. On the other hand, Hongwu was practicing the 5-element boxing, while Tung Qingshan and Li Jun watched from the side. Hongwu, turn the horizontal punch into a chop punch. Watch how I do it. Tung Qingshan frowned and scolded Hongwu. Hongwu immediately stopped. When Tung Qingshan swung his fist horizontally, it was as if his entire body had turned into the boundless earth, and no one could move him. When it suddenly turned into a cleaving fist, it was as if the power of the entire earth had converged into a splitting mountain axe, and then suddenly cleaved down. 5-element fist, 5-element fist, one punch after another. I don't expect you to stack your power, but you have to connect your fists. Tung Qingshan looked at Hongwu and said, Yes. Once again, Hongwu focused on practicing his punches. Tung Qingshan smiled and nodded as he looked at his son practicing boxing seriously. When Li Jun saw Tung Qingshan's expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Qingshan, Hongwu hasn't even reached the Grandmaster realm yet. You don't have to be too harsh. You don't know, but Hongwu is actually very smart. Perhaps his talent was not as good as Lin Lin's. However, Hongwu knew how to reflect on himself. He reflected again and again, discovered his own mistakes, and corrected them. At his age, it is the best time for him to practice martial arts. How can he slack off? Tung Shan said with satisfaction in his heart. The satisfaction of having a successor. After staying in the land of the 9 prefectures for a long time, Tung Shan had also been influenced. When it came to passing on disciples, it was naturally best if one's own bloodline could inherit it. By the way, Shan, according to the information we received yesterday, the army of the Heavenly God Palace has already invaded Liangzhou. The army of the Mani Temple at the border of Liangzhou cannot stop them. Li Jun smiled and said, "The monks of the Mani Temple have always been arrogant." He looked down on any sect in the land of the 9 prefectures. Perhaps he didn't say it, but his actions were absolutely domineering. This time, they're going to lose a lot of face. It's time for me to lose face. Tung Shan smiled indifferently. Tung Shan and his wife did not have a good impression of the Mani Temple. In the land of the 9 prefectures, the establishment of Qingshan Guildhall was only prohibited in the territories of the Mani Temple. With the current power and influence of the Xing-Yi sect, which clan in the land of the 9 prefectures wouldn't give face to the Xing-Yi sect. However, the Mani Temple did not give them face. In front of you, he always acts like an enlightened monk, but when it comes to doing things, he is still very stubborn. Huh? Tung Shan raised his head in surprise. What's wrong? Li Jun asked, puzzled. The people from the Mani Temple are here. Tung Shan said with a smile. Suddenly, he frowned and his face darkened. He could clearly sense that the 3 Emptiness Realm monks from the Mani Temple were flying directly toward the East Flower Garden. You really don't know the rules. Tung Shan thought to himself. It was the same principle as knocking on the door when entering someone else's house. To enter other sects, under normal circumstances, one would have to wait for the sect's gatekeeper disciple to report to them, and they would only be allowed to enter after receiving permission. However, the Mani Temple was the #1 sect in the land of the 9 prefectures. If it was an ordinary disciple visiting the Xing-Yi sect, he could just wait at the entrance. However, this time, it was the Emptiness Realm experts. Why would they bother to ask for permission? It was embarrassing for the 3 Emptiness Realm experts to wait at the entrance of the Xing-Yi sect. However, the Mani Temple had forgotten the current Xing-Yi sect was not something that the Mani Temple could belittle. Sovereign tongue. A voice sounded. Immediately, 3 streams of light landed beside the training field of the East Flower Garden. Tung Shan glanced over and saw that the 3 monks in front of him were all dressed in solemn, dark purple robes. The monk in the lead was a chubby youth. One of the other 2 was a white-haired old monk, and the other was a black-haired old monk. At this moment, the 3 of them looked surprised. I didn't expect Tung Shan to have reached the insightful Emptiness Realm. Tung Shan is indeed one of the few peerless geniuses since the creation of the land of the 9 prefectures. The 3 monks were secretly alarmed. The chubby young man put his palms together with a smile and said, "Fan Kong greets Sovereign Tongue. Great Master Fan Kong, we met outside Hong Tian City last time." Tung Shan said calmly, "May I know why the 3 of you came to the Xing-Yi sect?" "Oh no." The chubby young man, Fan Kong, felt a knot in his heart. At this moment, Tung Shan's expression showed that he was not happy. However, the chubby young man, Fan Kong, still smiled and said, "Sovereign Tongue, this time, I came with my 2 martial nephews to meet you. If it's about the Mani Temple and the Heavenly God Palace, then please don't say it," Tung Shan said calmly. The 3 monks' expressions changed. The black-haired old monk at the side said in a hoarse voice, "Sovereign Tongue, this time, my martial uncle came with the 2 of us to meet Sovereign Tongue. He is very sincere." Tung Shan turned around and looked at his children. He waved his hand and said, "Lin Lin, Hongwu, the 2 of you will stop practicing today. Go and rest." When Hongwu and Honglin saw their father talking with the 3 monks, they immediately answered, "Yes, father." "Little Jun, you go and rest too," Tung Shan said. Li Jun and Tung Shan exchanged glances. The two of them had always been resentful of the stubborn and impenetrable Mani Temple. Today, the people of the Mani Temple did the same thing as before. They didn't let the disciples of the Xing Yi sect inform them of their arrival. Instead, they flew directly to Teng Qingshan's house. If Teng Qingshan still helped the Mani Temple because of this, he would be a fool. Sovereign Teng. Seeing that Teng Qingshan had asked his family members to leave, the three monks felt that the atmosphere was not right. The white-haired old monk hastily spoke. Teng Qingshan took 2 steps and sat on a stone bench. He looked up at the three and said, "You three should know. What kind of place is the East Flower Garden? This is the residence of Teng Qingshan. Why did they barge in without informing us?" The 3 monks were stunned. They regretted not going to the gate and asking the disciples to inform them. However, they had gotten used to it. They could just fly over when they saw an emptiness realm expert. Why would it be so troublesome to inform them? However, this subconscious thought was now used by Teng Qingshan as a weakness. He obviously wanted to use this to drive the 3 monks away. Martial uncle, Teng Qingshan, is too arrogant, the black-haired old monk said with the use of the sound transmission technique. What do you know? Teng Qingshan is making a big fuss. He wants us to leave in anger. This way, he will be able to disassociate himself from us easily. There is no need to talk nonsense. The chubby young man scolded with the use of the sound transmission technique. He then looked at Teng Qingshan with a smile and said, "Sovereign Teng, you are one of the few weirdos in the history of the land of the 9 prefectures. I, Fan Kong, have always respected Sovereign Teng. I, Fan Kong, have lived for hundreds of years. I have reincarnated once. However, I have yet to step into the insightful emptiness realm. I am ashamed. This makes me admire Sovereign Teng even more." The chubby young man complimented Teng Qingshan and said with a smile, "As for entering without informing us, when we flew here, Sovereign Teng must have noticed us. If Sovereign Teng didn't want to see us, he would have sent us away with the use of the sound transmission technique. Since Sovereign Teng didn't chase us away, he obviously agreed to see us. What we're doing can't be considered as entering without permission." Teng Qingshan was slightly surprised. This chubby young man had reincarnated once. It seemed like he was not the kind of person who cultivated to the point that he became stupid. He was quite smart. "The Mani Temple has always admired you, Sovereign Teng." The young man, Fan Kong, smiled and said, "However, since the establishment of the Mani Temple, we have only taught the Dharma in Liangzhou and Rongzhou. We did not allow other cultivation methods to be spread. After 2,000 to 3,000 years, the disciples of the temple have gotten used to it. Therefore, we followed the order of the martial ancestor and forbade Liangzhou and Rongzhou from cultivating the internal martial art created by Sovereign Teng. However, this time, the Hall of Elders discussed and felt that the internal martial art and the cultivation method of the Buddhist sect can complement each other. Therefore, we should promote the internal martial art in Liangzhou and Rongzhou. This time, I came to tell Sovereign Teng about this." Teng Qingshan glanced at the young man, Fan Kong, and asked, "Liangzhou and Rongzhou also let their people learn the internal martial art?" "Yes." Fan Kong smiled and said, "The internal martial art cultivates the body, and the cultivation method of the Buddhist sect cultivates the heart. They complement each other and are excellent. Moreover, the Buddhist sect values the freedom of the heart. In the future, if the cultivators of the internal martial art want to go to the Xing Yi sect, the Mani Temple will not stop them." Teng Qingshan looked at Fan Kong with a smile that was not a smile. This Fan Kong was very smart. If he was an ordinary expert who only knew how to cultivate, he would naturally be happy that his fist art could be spread. As the saying goes, if you take advantage of others, it would be hard to refuse later. There is no need. Teng Qingshan smiled faintly. The Xing Yi sect values fate. If you're fated, you can learn the internal martial art. If not, then forget it. As for the people of Liangzhou and Rongzhou, I don't care if they learn the internal martial art or not. If the 3 of you don't have anything else, I will send you off. I still have something to do today." The young man, Fan Kong, and the other two old monks were startled. Fan Kong was even more disappointed. Ordinary expert cultivators did not know how to negotiate. However, it was obvious that Tung Qingshan was not the kind of person who only knew how to cultivate. Tung Qingshan's words were simple, but the meaning was clear. The three of you, you'd better leave obediently. You still have some face left. If you don't leave, I'm going to kick you out. The young man, Fan Kong, was unwilling to give up. He still squeezed out a smile and said, "Sovereign Tung, I heard that you have an undying phoenix. I have always wanted to see it. I wonder if I have the chance. The undying phoenix doesn't like to interact with outsiders." Tung Qingshan stood up and said. Monk Fan Kong and the other two old monks, looking at each other, they could only put their palms together and bid farewell. They flew away reluctantly. High up in the sky, the three monks had ugly expressions on their faces. Martial uncle, Tung Qingshan is not respecting the Mani Temple at all, the black-haired old monk said angrily. Fan Kong said indifferently, "You don't want to give me face? If they don't give us face, they'll just kick us out. Could it be that you can deal with Tung Qingshan?" The black-haired old monk was stunned. Respect is not given by others. You have to earn it. Fan Kong said indifferently, "Martial uncle, when you defeat Pei San, you will be able to defeat Pei San. You will use your strength to tell the world that the Mani Temple is the #1 sect in the world. By then, no matter how arrogant Tung Qingshan is, he will have to lower his head in front of the Mani Temple. P.S. The first one is here." Chapter 601. On the 28th of April, the army of the Heavenly God Palace broke through Lifeng County City, an important checkpoint. In this battle, the Mani Temple lost almost 200,000 men, while the Heavenly God Palace lost less than 10,000 men. On the 11th day of the 5th month, the army of the Heavenly God Palace broke through the Tiangu Pass again. In this battle, more than 100,000 of the 300,000 soldiers of the Mani Temple died. The rest of the soldiers fled. The Heavenly God Palace had suffered 30,000 casualties in this battle. May 21st, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. The Heavenly God Palace's army consisted of the absolute elites among the 1 billion citizens of Qingzhou, Yuzhou, and the Great Prairie. Together with the elites from the Western region, the Heavenly God Palace's army had a total of 1.5 million soldiers. Under the leadership of Pei San, the god of heaven Su Mingta, the sword sex Li Chao, the king of beasts Wu Ho, Pei Hao, the king of the western regions Tizanki, and many other emptiness realm experts, they headed towards the Mani Temple through the shortest route. He didn't want to occupy the city. He did not seek to lead the people. The great army of the Heavenly God Palace followed the shortest route. They killed everything that stood in their way. Along the way, they conquered 6 major checkpoints. Even if they conquered some of the checkpoints, they didn't leave any troops behind. Instead, the entire army continued to advance. On June 12th, the army of the Heavenly God Palace arrived at the foot of the Mani Temple. It was a hot summer night. Little June, the 1.5 million soldiers of the Heavenly God Palace did not occupy any cities. Instead, they broke through all obstacles and headed straight for the Mani Temple. It doesn't seem like they want to take over the territory of the Mani Temple. Tung Qingshan looked at the information in his hand and sighed. Li Jun, who was at the side, smiled and said, "I think he wants to take revenge." Yes, Tung Qingshan nodded. When two great powers fought, if they wanted to conquer a territory and conquer it, they would definitely send troops to occupy and fortify the territory. Otherwise, if they attacked a place without leaving any troops to defend it, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Qingshan, the army of the Heavenly God Palace, is now 1,400,000 strong. They have arrived at the mountain gate of the Mani Temple. The Mani Temple itself had nearly 1 million monks, 600,000 elite monks, and over 1 million highly skilled cultivators. More than 1 million against more than 1 million, and they were all elites. This battle will definitely be very tragic, very tragic. Li Jun couldn't help but exclaim. Tung Qingshan nodded slightly. In the land of the 9 prefectures, there is no third force that could compete with the Heavenly God Palace and the Mani Temple in terms of military strength. The Bloodwolf army of the Xing Yi sect might be more elite than the Heavenly God Palace and the Mani Temple. However, the Bloodwolf army of the Xing Yi sect was inferior in terms of numbers. Back then, Hongtian City was destroyed. The remaining 80,000 cavalrymen fought to the death. However, the Mani Temple is much more powerful than Hongtian City. Moreover, the monks of the Mani Temple are very confident, unlike Hongtian City, who knew that they would lose before the battle even started. Tung Qingshan smiled and said, "Little June, tomorrow, I will go to the foot of the mountain of Mani Temple with the undying phoenix, Little Blue, to watch the great battle. Moreover, there might be insightful emptiness realm experts in the Mani Temple. We can't miss the fight between two insightful emptiness realm experts." It didn't matter if it was the two strongest sects or the most elite armies. It was a battle between two insightful emptiness realm experts. All of these attracted Tung Qingshan. "Come back, you have to tell me." Li Jun smiled. She knew that the battle between millions of people would be extremely chaotic. If she went, Tung Qingshan would have to take care of her. "Don't worry," Tung Qingshan replied with a smile. On the morning of the 13th of June, Tung Qingshan rode the undying phoenix and left the great Yin mountain of Yangzhou. He then flew towards the west, past the Yinzhou region and the Rongzhou region. At the border of Liangzhou and Rongzhou, there was a continuous mountain range. The Mani Temple was built in this mountain range. Ever since the Mani Temple was built by the omnipotent expert, martial ancestor Shiga, it had been flourishing. As the largest temple in the land of the 9 prefectures, it usually accommodated more than 1,000,000 monks. Now, a large number of layman disciples and elite soldiers had gathered in the Mani Temple. There were a total of 600,000 elites and nearly 1,000,000 monks. This was the foundation of the Mani Temple. Phew, phew, the hot summer wind was blowing. However, at the foot of the Mani Temple, there was a vast and mighty army of steel soldiers. They were like an endless ocean. These soldiers were the elite army of the Heavenly God Palace, which had the most imposing aura in the land of the 9 prefectures. This endless ocean-like army was enough to suffocate anyone. On the mountains of the Mani Temple, there were also a large number of monks with weapons in their hands. It seemed as if there was an endless number of them. The two sides were facing each other. Wow, there are so many people. It will be interesting if they fight. A silver-haired man dressed in purple stood in the distance, occasionally looking at the army on the boundless land, and occasionally looking at the countless monks on the mountains. I, Li Hang, have never seen so many elites fighting in my entire life. Interesting, interesting. Brother Li Hang, a voice rang in his ear. Li Hang turned his head and saw a beam of light shooting over from afar. It landed on the ground. It was a fat elder. Li Hang smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, you are here too. It seems that the Wanxiang sect is not busy these days." "Even if I am busy, I still have to come." The fat elder laughed. "The people of Emperor Yu's Hall are here." The fat elder saw two figures flying over from afar. They were Huang Tianxin and Lu Xia. After a while, the Emptiness Realm experts of various forces and even some unaffiliated Emptiness Realm experts arrived. Whether it was the powerful Ling family, Emperor Yu's Hall, or the weaker Snowhawk Hall and Gue Yuan sect, they all sent people over. There were even 3 unaffiliated Emptiness Realm experts, including Li Hang. A group of Emptiness Realm experts gathered together, chatting and laughing. Another insightful Emptiness Realm expert. "Look over there." The group of Emptiness Realm experts turned their heads and were shocked by what they saw. In the distance, they saw Tung Qingshan, who was dressed in a white cloak and carried the reincarnation spear on his back, flying over on the undying phoenix. They were shocked that Tung Qingshan was an insightful Emptiness Realm expert, but they also saw a huge demonic dragon flying over on a cloud with Tung Qingshan. This demonic dragon was covered in black and purple dragon scales that were as big as a palm. Its huge golden eyes were as big as a wheel. Demonic dragon violet rain. Many people gasped. Tung Qingshan reached the insightful emptiness realm. The smile on Huang Tianqin's face froze as he stared at Tung Qingshan in astonishment. He had been defeated by Tung Qingshan last time, so he had focused on strengthening his cultivation base. Finally, his body had been strengthened, and he had reached the initial completion of the insightful emptiness realm. This time, he came with the intention of suppressing Tung Qingshan and suppressing Tung Qingshan's arrogance. Martial uncle, Lu Xia looked at Huang Tianqin and said, "This Tung Qingshan actually..." Huang Tianqin's face darkened with anger. At this moment, many emptiness realm experts went to welcome Tung Qingshan, who had just arrived. Haha, Brother Tung, you reached the insightful emptiness realm in the blink of an eye. I admire you, the silver-haired Li Hang said with a smile. Brother Li Hang. Tung Qingshan landed on the ground and walked over with a smile. Li Hang felt honored when he saw how polite Tung Qingshan was. After all, Tung Qingshan was now an insightful emptiness realm expert. He also had the Xing Yi sect, a terrifying force, under his command. This time, he brought the undying phoenix and the demonic dragon violet rain. Even Emperor Yu's hall and the Ying family felt pressured. Li Hang felt that Tung Qingshan had a higher status in his heart. Tung Qingshan was so polite, so Li Hang was naturally happy. Sovereign Tung, a fat elder, cupped his hands. Elder Jiang. Tung Qingshan smiled and cupped his hands. Brother Tung. The cold, golden-cloaked man carried a godly sword on his back and had a red mole between his eyebrows. He was Qin Shiqi of the Ying family, who had fought with Pei San in the past. Qin Shiqi cupped his hands and said, Brother Tung, congratulations on attaining the insightful emptiness realm. The demonic dragon violet rain also came with you. It's rare to see the demonic dragon. Tung Qingshan smiled and said, Brother Violet Rain heard about the battle between the Mani Temple and the Heavenly God Palace from me. Therefore, he has to come and watch the battle. Huang Tianqin and Lu Xia of Emperor Yu's hall, who were nearby, watched the group of people chatting with Tung Qingshan. They then looked at the demonic dragon violet rain and the undying phoenix in the sky and felt angry. Tung Qingshan is so lucky. Even the demonic dragon violet rain became friends with him. Lu Xia couldn't help but say, extreme prosperity leads to decline. Let's see how long Tung Qingshan can be proud of himself. Huang Tianqin, who was filled with anger last time, wanted to suppress Tung Qingshan's arrogance. However, it was obvious that Tung Qingshan had attained the insightful emptiness realm and had brought the undying phoenix and the demonic dragon violet rain with him. Emperor Yu's hall was completely suppressed in terms of momentum. Moreover, in terms of popularity, Tung Qingshan's popularity was obviously better than that of Emperor Yu's halls. The sun rose, and the blazing sunlight radiated heat. The endless army on the ground and the countless monks in the mountains were still confronting each other in silence. The emptiness realm experts who were watching the battle from afar were chatting and laughing. Look! Li Hang pointed at the army of the Heavenly God Palace. Tung Qingshan and the others turned to look. In the sky above the army of the Heavenly God Palace, several figures flew up. The leader was Pei San, who wore a light yellow cloak and stood on the godly thunderbolt hawk. Beside him were the god of heaven Su Mengta, the one-armed Li Chao, and Pei San's brother, Pei Hao, the king of beasts, Wu Ho, and the king of the western region, Tu Zheng. Each sat on a golden Dan innate flying demonic beast. The group of people hovered high in the sky. At the same time, a cold voice resounded in the heavens and the earth. From now on, the Mani Temple will no longer exist in the land of the 9 prefectures. This cold voice resounded in the heavens and the earth, resounding in the ears of everyone in the Heavenly God Palace and the Mani Temple. Pass down my order, Pei San said coldly. Attack. Flatten the Mani Temple. Immediately, a deafening roar of agreement came from the endless army of steel below. Pei-san, the Mani Temple has no enmity with you. It won't be too late to fight after we clear things up. 5 purple-cloaked monks were flying in the sky. The one who spoke was the young monk, Fancom. The people of the Mani Temple felt very sullen. The heavenly god palace attacked them for no reason. Now, they attacked without saying anything. The people of the Mani Temple were confused. Payson humphed coldly. Among the army of the heavenly god palace that had agreed to the Mani Temple's order, a great number of soldiers dashed towards the Mani Temple. It was as if a flood had broken through a dam and was rushing towards the Mani Temple. Everyone attack, Payson said coldly. Then he stood on the back of the godly Thunderbolt Hawk and flew towards the Mani Temple. The Emptiness Realm experts also charged towards the Mani Temple. In Tang Qingshan's ears, he could only hear the roars of killing that were like waves. The entire earth seemed to tremble. As the army of the heavenly god palace dashed up the mountain path, they clashed with the monks and monk soldiers of the Mani Temple. Blood splattered everywhere. A bloody, crazy, and terrifying war had begun. Sovereign Pei, this is the holy land of the Buddhist sect. Don't you dare to be presumptuous. A loud and clear voice resounded in everyone's mind. A gigantic emptiness realm, bird-type, demonic beast, the golden-winged rock, spread its wings and swooped down rapidly from the top of a mountain in the distance. A barefooted monk dressed in an ordinary yellow monk robe stood on its back. The monk's entire body was surrounded by a faint golden radiance, and faint sounds of Zen could be heard echoing in the air. Payson laughed arrogantly. He stepped on the godly Thunderbolt Hawk and flew towards the monk. Almost instantly, Pei-san and the barefooted monk leaped up. Roar boom! The moment they collided, a blurry golden radiance radiated in all directions. A blurry golden palm threw Pei-san to the ground, and the yellow-cloaked monk landed back on the back of the golden-winged rock. Screech! The godly Thunderbolt Hawk immediately streaked across the sky and intercepted Pei-san. Payson landed on the back of the godly Thunderbolt Hawk. End of 2 chapters. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.